Okay. How's everyone doing? Good to see all you. It's me. The 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 quag guy himself, the guy who quags from time to time. A little bit of quag here, a little bit of quag there. You know, just it's my thing. I'm just a quag and I'm on quag. There you go, quag. I hope you're all having a wonderful quag chad day today. I'm a little tired today. Nothing's wrong or anything. I'm just like sleepy. So I'm gonna need extra coffee to get it moving. We just got some chill Chaos Chamber farming planned today. We can run a lot of predictions today to move around points for the challenge if people feel like they need that. So that's the thing we can do. But anyway, let me take a sip of coffee and then greet everyone. Oh, that's way too hot. Ow. Can't even taste that. Biko, how you doing? Roddy, Mahoney. Loading screen boss, Rune, Twist, Foster, Brother Matt, Jester, Whirls, Brucey, Bob, Kitty, Ladman, Shay, Brendan, CZ, Cheeky Bo, Hazel, Tenor. Anyone else I might have missed in there? Damn inventory. Why can't the inventory just be infinite? I was playing some Godfall last night, and the backpack space is so nice. Hey Pupty, how you doing? I did just do the thing. Thank you. Alright, let's just get into it. I figure today will be a pretty, like, normal stream day. Nothing super cursed planned. Just trying to knock out some more gear farming, while we have this all elite event and this good feature. You guys have any hopes or expectations for this week? Updates this week? Because we're 2 days out from update day, whether that be a hotfix or a patch, we don't know yet. Hey Sakura, did a test run on Raid at Digistruct Peak. How'd it treat you? Con buff? Base. Oh, my game's waking up. I hate that it does this. It's just kind of amusing, but like still, come on. Stop use the peak stat. Nice. Love to see some AR love. Yeah, me too. Me too. It's just, there's no real use case for ARs in this game. Like, if you want a bullet hose, every other category has something better to offer. Be it snipers, be it shotguns, be it pistols, be it SMGs, and, you know, honestly, even launchers have some better bullet hoses than an AR category has on offer. There's a couple exceptions to that, like the bread slicer is pretty good. If I do an AR build in the next couple days, it'll probably be bread slicer stuff. You know what, I'm feeling myself today. I need something to actually blow that up with. If I try the ×1 butter boom, I am sometimes. This would be a lot easier if I had FPS. Yeah, Ghostblade actually hit it. Awkward. Morning, it's Sakata. How you doing? Zippers, good to see you. Shag, hope you're well. Kittens Bomb, good to see you. Pragmatic. Encapsulators could be good, just not good enough to use over other guns. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Like, encapsulators in a vacuum, like, hey, this is pretty usable. But the thing with an encapsulator is you could just use a Ludite or a body rocker or, you know, a butter boom, a sword explosion. Like, there's no use case. That's unfortunate. This is like worse than usual. I don't know why the performance is so bad right now. Hey Lesfred, how you doing? Waste of a Ghostblade, I guess. Do I want to do Bark? Nah, I don't. Together a really shitty Barbaload build last night is still a ton of fun. Hey, I'm glad it worked out for you. Morning, Joey. How you doing? Have to work for 7 hours at 95-degree heat today. I don't have a clip for that. That just sounds awful. I'm sorry. Love the Star Wars quote. I'm glad, Chaos Alpha. Good to see you. And yeah, get those points in for the challenge if you guys haven't already. We are ahead of schedule. So you guys are pretty close to making me sweat with that community challenge. So go ahead, jump in for a minute. I'm gonna work. Gotta go. Good to see you pop in. Take it easy. Have a good day at work. Man, I love Ghostblade. It's just so damn satisfying. And there's definitely a decent amount of headroom where we can make upgrades from here for more damage. Expected to be in here longer. Okay. I will do Goop as well. Why not? Nothing says good morning like a cup of coffee and a sneaky 80-pound lap dog. Hey dog, how you doing? Yeah, I'll drink some coffee to that. It's not very good today. I don't know what happened. But it is hot. Morning, Stump. How are you? Good to see you. Happy Tuesday. I hope your tacos are juicy and fulfilling. Sounds good. Hey, Christian. C1 level 35, and I need 10 minutes to kill the Death Fairy. I don't know what the Death Fairy is, but generally, no. 10 minutes to kill an enemy on Chaos 1 means you've got some build issues in terms of might be your choice of damage dealing option. It might be your skill tree might need a little bit of work. Might be using the wrong element if it's the wrong target. Tooth Fairy? Sounds like Tooth Fairy. Didn't hit the pillar? Yeah, I've learned. Mr. Adblock, how you doing? Good to see you. I might be dead. No, I'm good. Need my Ghostblade. Oh, sorry, Fire Friend. I got cornered by an Evil Eye Crab and a Cursed Crab. Feeling unwell. Dylan took off work today. Thank you for taking care of yourself. Self-care is important. Went to make tacos the other night. All my onions are moldy. I made some, it came out pretty okay. I made some yellow curry last night. But I didn't have as many potatoes as I wanted because a lot of them had, like, gone bad. They'd been in there longer than I thought. So I had to pick out a lot of them. But, came out pretty good. Just not enough potatoes. Here for the Quag Chad Quag, but stand for the Quag Chad con flexing. That's a confusing sentence, but I'm... Yes. You didn't save him, at least you apologize better than usual. See, I'm getting better. Hey Cheese, how you doing? My game is struggling today. Not a bad start. If I was using a frost melee weapon, that probably would have been a kill. Already up a percent, let's go. Yeah, you guys are starting out ahead. Took your advice on a couple things about my build last night. It's working so much better. Ooh, what'd you change up? Didn't drop those frames there. I'd be okay. This is a rough initial showing. Out of the fire. Never mind, I'm not out of the fire. Okay. This is just all fire. So, gotta do that one differently. Sorry for the flashbang. Hey Jenga, how you doing? I like the raid boss design in this game because, for example, this one completely shuts down certain kinds of builds. So it's another thing I have to build around. And some things I don't necessarily have to keep track of otherwise. Better bad egg uptime would help me a lot here. Okay, we can workshop that. We'll do better the next run. Ghostblade's wonky position. Yeah, some enemies it doesn't quite want to be where I need it to be. I gotta figure out where to look for that. Like against Bernadette. You can hit Bernadette with Ghostblade, but you have to look at her tail. It's very weird. Or about the flashbang, sometimes you need a good flash. How you doing, Hagen? Good to see you. Build exclamation loot room? Yeah, sure. This is my Ghostblade setup. I've been running for a bit, but I can run through it. Yeah. QuagCon. Hey, Priz, how you doing? Season Armor wasn't really doing much for me. More invested in exploit their weakness, invested more than one that had Contagion. Ooh, nice. Isn't Con Priz's favorite gun? It is! How you doing, Jack? Well, that's a pretty good Calamity, honestly. Movement speed, area damage, all damage with 2 and awe? Like, that's just pretty good. Like, this is the level of good where I don't care that it's not chaotic, because movement speed is a stat that isn't very common, area damage is a stat that isn't very common, and all damage is, like, fine. Black Powder crossbow build? I'm not sure what you mean. Like, using Black Powder instead of Skulldugger? It'd just be worse. Like, Furior and Skulldugger are just better at applying crossbolts than Black Powder is. Even Hyperius is if you bring in Tootherator. If I wanted to reload a lot while applying crossbolts, then yeah, Black Powder pistols would be a good shout. So I guess some kind of spell shot melee tech. Start using Dire Sacrifice to dot application. Realize if you have any points in State of the Soul and you inflammations guaranteed Dark Magic dot too. Yeah. I haven't seen you use Quag Chad much, Jack. I hope you're a fan of it. Oh yeah, build explanation. So this is my Ghostblade setup. Okay, Butt Stallion gave me a lot of points in dedication. But basically, we go Clawbringer for Awe for crit consistency and rewarding crits. We also have Oath of Thunder, which is a nice bonus element for the Ghostblade. And we go down to Alchemical Agent in the Stabomancer tree. Usual sort of Stabo tree. We avoid Swift Death because it's bad. We avoid Arsenal because it's bad. Make our way down to Alchemical. Pretty standard Clawbringer tree. The only weird thing is I do have points in dedication here over Rebuke, because Rebuke is just so minor. And that can honestly harm my bad egg uptime. I want to take some amount of damage. So dedication will give me my Ghostblade back during downtime. And I need to get down the tree anyway. And I got damage reduction from Storm Breath over here, so. Oh yeah, hero points. Max crit damage, because, of course, I put enough status damage to reach thresholds where Contagion can do stuff, but isn't being ridiculous, generally, because I'm not hugely built into that area. And then the rest is in Attunement for Ghostblade cooldown. Snake Stick, I want more elements of this. I should probably hit the Melee Bunny. Having a good cryo one would be nice. I have this one. I should probably try that against Gloop next run. I'll have to re-roll it to something beneficial. But I also want a fire one. Just more elements, and obviously if this one had Ancient over Echo, I'd be in a better place. We got Bad Egg, got Sharksbane, and then the best ring with melee damage and duration I could get. Stormclaw. This is nice because it rolls Awe, has Stab Up Power secondary, and the debuff is pretty consistently applied by my Wyvern. I'm looking into replacing this. Probably something with Stabo primary. Maybe Stabo Burr for haste, because swing speed is more Ghostblade ticks. Maybe that. Fortifying Sigil with Ghostblade Enchant, and a Theurge. Half-hourly reminder to get those channel points in. Hey Glenny, how you doing? New keyboard and mouse? Ooh. Is Rebuke actually causing an increase in damage taken? No, that was a visual bug and it was fixed. Explain how most damage reduction isn't true damage reduction, don't understand the difference. Okay, yeah, Priz put the formula there. And the reason why damage reduction doesn't work how people would assume it would is exactly that. Like, if you designed a stat that when you get 100% you take 0 damage, that wouldn't be ideal. Especially because you can get, like, a lot of points in Rebuke. You can get 10 out of 5 before Butt Stallion. You know, 4.8% per point. And then you also have, you can get Storm Breath for another 15, and then you could get the Old Ways, and you could get damage reduction from various places on gear. The point is, you could add up enough damage reduction from various places to get what would, in other circumstances, be, hey, you take no damage, but that's not how it works. It's like how having 100% cooldown does not mean you have no cooldown. Same concepts, because math. Morning, Urban Mech. How you doing? Morning out of tamales. Hey Flight, good to see you. Doing a co-op playthrough, doing Gloombringer right now, far from endgame, which I'll be looking out for endgame as I get there. Gloombringer is a multi-class I haven't made anything that I'm particularly satisfied with. Yet. So I'm still thinking about that one myself. Cooldown, reload speed, DR, all calcs the same. Right. Doing well, gotta get those channel points in. Indeed. Will you be playing Bugs Life during the 24-hour stream? Maybe. I bet you didn't see that answer coming. I've been playing the activities, so it's possible. It is entirely possible. I had a thought about doing... I don't remember who suggested this. If whoever suggested this is here, feel free to say something. Modded Risk of Rain 2. Might have been Snowspawn. Might do some modded Risk of Rain 2. And if you're around, Jack, you could show me the ropes. I've never used a mod in that game before. After CZ's Type 2 dot talk last night, I thought about the Shamwai splat. I have no idea if it's the same as Type 2, but it's a weird damage type, seems powerful, but steals your kills and doesn't show damage numbers. Interesting. Yeah, other stuff I was thinking about for potential 24-hour stream activities. Figure I'd give you guys a play-by-play as I think of things. Probably some endgame rush in Borderlands 3. That'd eat a chunk of time. Modded Risk of Rain 2, maybe some Hades. Maybe Sifu? I haven't gone back to Sifu since they added a bunch of updates and stuff. Remnant, the Hell mod that Priz has been trying to get me to play. That, to be clear, I do want to play. Got a bunch of ideas. Volatile Banshee. Doesn't have a help mod I want, it's the low damage roll, but it's a Volatile Banshee, so like... Can't be too picky. Man, I wish the Ragnarok wasn't terrible. Like, I would love to be proven wrong about the Ragnarok, just... It doesn't seem good. I've put it on a bunch of melee setups, and it's just consistently one of the worst things you could put in that item slot. Please help that item. It's scaring me. Hey, David, how you doing? Some Dante's Inferno. Game gave me a Primordial Ragnarok yesterday. Yeah, I have a Primordial Poison one somewhere, and it's just, like, bad. I suppose I could use the poison snake stick against Bunny as well. Yeah, let's run that back. What's a type 2 dot? I wish I could explain it, but I couldn't do it justice. Basically, there are some dots in this game, Stump, that they have a damage source. Meaning they can trigger things, such as on spell effects, on melee effects. The Inflammation spell is a good example of this. It is a dot that is also a spell. Salt and Battery, Dagger Storm, is a dot that is melee. The AoE of Storm Dragon's Judgment, when you leave it out, is a dot that is ability. So there's a few things in the game that work that way. And it lets you apply some funky scaling to things sometimes. Hey, Higgy Britt, good to see you. How are you? Hey, Kyler. I will run up there. Think PLC 3 drops in 2 days? Maybe. If it follows the schedule of PLC 2 after PLC 1, then safe bet. I was hoping that wouldn't happen. Okay. What was that drop over there? Amalgam with 2 and Wrath of Nature. You know, those are pretty good passives. Fire rate, movement speed, gun crit, ability, gun. Like, that's like the Spore Ward in Amalgam, right? I can't think of better stats than that, except maybe wanting all damage, but like... No all damage, no area damage, but other than that, that's pretty fucking good. We're in this room? skulls? Are there? I don't know where the third one is. What change to make the Ragnarok good? An extra 0 on the damage number. But more serious answer. There's a few things they could do to it. It has this annoying behavior where it does try to lunge when you're just trying to do the ranged attack. That makes it very clunky. But on top of that, it does have very low damage. The projectile is a very short range. So they could do, you know, full sword explosion approach, a 3-pronged buff. And it would be justifiable. Sure build? I did it at the end of the last run. I'll do it again at the end of this run, Farashi. Yellow Skull is by the crystal. Second crystal badass quite goes for. Ah, okay. Okay, cool. I'll get on the next run. Hey Al, how you doing? Okay, this is bothering me. I do different things on different builds, and I need to make my keybinds more uniform. I keep hitting 4 to pull out my Scalawag, but 4 is my delusion. So I'd switch them, and now I'm going to be messing it up the other way, but this will be good for me long term. Sorry, I just came in. No worries. No harm in asking. It's stuff like that that does make me miss EchoCast. Not just for my sake, but for you guys as well. Because I imagine, like, nobody likes not having the information easily accessible. Now what I could do is I could actually make videos to cover all these various setups, but I don't have the fucking time. Or the energy. Take it easy, Deep Zombie. Scalaquag. I see you. Diamond Gauntlet's something you build around. Standing still is hard because enemies trying to kill you. This is a great example of when Diamond Gauntlets would be working. See, I just stand still right here. Obviously, you can, you know, have windows where standing still is not as easy, but it's easier than you'd think. There's some enemy types that it's not going to work out well on, but most enemies, it's just fine. And another thing to note about Diamond Gauntlets is the worst it'll ever do for you is nothing. Contrast that with something like a Smart Armor, where the worst it'll do is hurt you. Cape of Tides, if you're using certain elements, the worst it'll do is hurt you. The worst a Diamond Gauntlets will do is absolutely nothing. And that's valuable. Man, look at the screenshots. I should just make a fucking video. Or a Google Doc. YouTube means con though. It does. It does. Sharks would be rough. Sharks could be rough, yeah. Sigils help with standing still, because you can position to where enemies will be going for you, but not in a way that gets them through the sigil. Freezing enemies also helps you stand still, because, you know, enemies not doing anything. Ironically enough, movement speed helps you stand still. Because if you have enough movement speed to get from point A to point B faster, and if point B is safe and point A isn't, well, having more movement speed gets you to the point where you can go over here and then stand still more quickly. So, movement speed is better for standing still. Movement speed's good for everything in this game. The worst that Amnesia will do is kill you. True. Very true. I feel that's one of the balancing factors of the armor, because, like, it gives you an incredibly large damage bonus when built for. But it does have several conditions, and it does have negatives. It's one of the things I like about Amnesia. I like when an item has a lot of personality like that. Smart armor. No, thank you. It's the anti-Zane armor. No need to switch back and forth. Yeah, yeah. It's interesting. We have two things that scale with movement speed, the stat. Those being the Selective Amnesia and the Red Hellion. Then we have two things that scale with how fast you're moving. Those being Swift Death and Elusive. Now, Swift Death sucks. Swift Death is a bad skill. But Elusive is a really good skill. So there still is plenty of reason to move very, very quickly. But it's defensive in this game. Tried to clip the garlic breath build yesterday. You explained it so well, so quick. No need to make a long video for builds. You know what, Dex? I'll take your word for it. I like positioning Ghostblade right there, because it also opens the thing at the end. So it's the little things, chat. It's the little things. How much does Swift Death give you for 60% bonus movement speed? Something hilariously low to the point where I repress the exact number. Like, I'm not exaggerating. Swift Death is fucking terrible. It's so bad. It's like 20% or something. Yeah, I was gonna try this. Let's see how this goes. I was expecting more. I was expecting more. I probably messed up the setup a fair bit. That's fucking problematic. Wonder how much this will do. There's a thing with crossbolts in blue. Not much. I misplayed that terribly. Morning, Sean. Hope you're having a good day. You have to be fast enough to not be able to aim anymore, and then it's maybe useful. But, like, the thing with that is you could have just put those points somewhere else. Like, even if you want the all damage stat, if you're going down the Stabbo tree, like, let's say you get this far to Alchemical Agent, 1000 Cuts is also a bad skill, but it's infinitely more practical than this, and it's the same damage bonus. So, like... Swift Death is low tier even for low tier Stabbo skills. It's hilarious. Whoops, stop doing that. It's rude. 25% with stacking is ew. That's better than what you would get from running at the maximum possible movement speed and being unable to do anything else. Like, that's... 25% is more than nothing, is the point. Last adjustment soon. That's the thing. It's like making Stabbo's underwhelming skills better would be kind of like making Spellshot's underwhelming skills better. Like, in a vacuum, sure. But, like, why though? Do you need to do this? It's like how Imbued Weapon on Spellshot is kind of a very mediocre skill for where it is in the tree. But, like, do you think that needs to be better? I don't think so. Stabbo's got a lot going for it. I don't really think it needs to be addressed. It's a trap! 25. That 20% actively makes my cardiovascular system cry. Yeah. Feels like every class loves Stabbo, so buffing Stabbo does a lot more than it might seem. It's not really that every class loves Stabbo, Pragmatic. It's that Stabbo is a shell, and it doesn't do much on its own, so it requires another class. Like, Stabbo, in terms of things it does uniquely just Stabbo, it's like, you've got some weird Executioner's Blade tech, only if used with From the Shadows, lol. Then you've got Contagion, Alchemical Agent. It's basically just this right side, and then to a degree the Capstone. Nothing else the tree does is unique. Even Ghostblade is, like, good, but as long as I'm physically able to be close to a target, Dreadwind is better. Straight up, it's better. So, like, Stabbo, it's not that it pairs well with other classes, because it doesn't provide those classes much. It just kind of is a parasite on the other classes. Want to be like Burr? It's a hard decision between skills instead of LOL right side? Right. Yeah, an example of a class that pairs well with other classes is Berserker, because Berserker just kind of pumps up whatever class it's with, no matter what you're doing. And still, things can go the other way, like Dreadwind benefits a lot from certain other things, but yeah. Stabbo, my favorite class? No, I play it a lot, just because of the number of underwhelming things in Stabbo's tree, you need to do unconventional things to get your damage, and that makes for good content. That makes for interesting content. So that's why I play so much Stabbo. In terms of things I like about Stabbo, I really do enjoy Ghostblade quite a lot. Everything else is just kind of incidental. Top Stabbo enchants. This one for Ghostblade is really good, Jenga. This one rolls on spell. While Ghostblade's active, increase melee critical hit damage by 25%, melee critical hit chance by 50% for a short duration. Something to keep in mind is that your melee crit chance is for everything you do that is damage source melee. So increasing my crit chance helps my Ghostblade, my actual melee attacks, my Snake Stick Hydras. If I was using a Maced Wardu, it would affect that. If I was using a Hammer and Anvil, it would affect that. All that stuff. So it's really nice there. There's one for increasing the duration from the shadows by a couple seconds. I don't think I have it on this save. That rolls on guns. That can be good if you're using a gun that reloads frequently in a From the Shadows build. It would just be those two for Stabbo and Chance. There's a ward one, but it's terrible. And I think that's it. It's got 4, arguably 5 skills that are no for me. Sneak Attack, Arsenal, 1,000 Cuts, Swift Death, Executioner's Blade. Yeah, Executioner's Blade is something that it does have value. It's just, it's, for that many points, I would rather do, like, almost anything else. I still have a few builds I want to explore with this, but it's just not very good for a capstone. But yeah, Arsenal is extremely low value, Swift Death is extremely low value, and a shitty condition. Sneak Attack is extremely low value, and 1,000 Cuts is extremely low value. And then you have Follow Up is good in some builds, but useless in others. Nimble Fingers is very good. I will give Nimble Fingers that. The more Stabbo stuff I do, the more I'm like, actually, Nimble Fingers, you're kind of sick. You're kind of goated. Haste is good, but ultimately not unique, because you get the same movement speed elsewhere, you get more attack speed elsewhere. And then it's right side stuff. Amara Syndrome, yeah. Enchant on a Black Powder Shotgun sounds fun. Yeah. It doesn't give you too much overall, Irish, because it starts at 2 seconds and then it does diminishing returns. Each time you reload, you get less and less. So in practice, if you were to spam reloads very quickly with a nice duration base from the shadows and some reload speed boost, you could get maybe like 6 seconds max out of that enchant. Which is still more impactful than anything else in your gun enchant slot. Stabbo Capstone sounds pretty cool on paper, but implementation leaves much to be desired. Yeah, it's got a lot of conditions. So, its gun and spell crits have a chance to create an Ethereal Blade above the target that will impale them after a short delay. Ethereal Blades deal melee damage based on the Fate Maker's equipped melee weapon. 20% chance, 150% of melee weapon. So, this was buffed once. It used to only be 100% of melee weapon. So, it takes the base damage value of your equipped melee and uses that as the base. So, that's promising already. That sounds good, right? But here's the thing. It requires gun and spell crits, so that's one layer of conditionality. It's 20% chance when you hit one of those things, so it's another layer of conditionality. It is time delayed, and enemies can, like, literally dodge it. Like, if they move fast enough, it doesn't hit them. It's so weird. So you've got hitboxes to worry about and time to worry about. And then it's also split formula. Like, if you're critting with guns and spells, and you're invested this far in the tree, chances are you want those guns and spells to do damage. And the things that get guns and spells to do damage, a lot of them aren't shared with your melee. So it's a bit confused. It's got too many layers of conditionality. It's like how Clawbringer Capstone, Storm Smite, used to have a long cooldown. Like, why? Oh, also this has an internal cooldown. This Capstone also has an internal cooldown. So it's not like if you were firing 250 million bullets per second and hitting all of them, it has an internal cooldown. So you'd still get one. One. You can make this do stuff. For example, if you go in from the shadows and shoot an enemy with the gun and you get an Executioner's Blade, then it'll crit for Alchemical Agent, and that'll have a pretty good formula because 150% of your melee weapon, you could be using something beefy like a Banshee, and that'd be a pretty big base melee hit, but that's a lot of investment for something very inconsistent and conditional. Manual transmission headshots. Buff melee, all you need is one blade. And you could just use any of the other melee sources in the game for that, Jenga. Like, you are in the tree with Ghostblade. You could just Ghostblade. Or, just actually go and hit the enemy. in the time it takes for Executioner's Blade to actually trigger and then hit, you could just go hit the enemy with your actual melee weapon a couple times, or your Ghost Blade, which takes your melee weapon speed. Or, you know what? Both. Part the Ghost Blade and bonk, and you get way more melee hits. Man, I have stuff for you. Can you add me? No. No, I'm good. But thank you. Or gun damage melts enemy before the first blade even lands. Exactly, exactly. If you go down this far, even with the Stabomancer tree, you are likely to just kill the enemy before it happens. That's a high roll for a chaotic. Take that. Well, the manual transmission, they just make it auto. But then it'd be the automatic transmission. Yep. I still think it's weird that that gun is, not, Skulldugger. Although I suppose because of the method they chose for the shifting, you're requiring a mode switch. But, like, it's still weird. Make that a prefix. Automatic manual transmission. Just confuse everybody. Wish the flamethrowers were more ammo friendly. Yeah, me too. Me too. Oh, switching on that thing needs to be instant. That would help. I don't think it'll ever not be a gimmick gun, though. Because, like, it's kind of in the same boat as, say, look at the fastball, for example. I used this example a lot in Borderlands 3. You can take the Borderlands 3 fastball and make it do infinite damage. Like, one-shot every enemy you hit. It's still inefficient, because of how it works. It is a long time commitment for one singular target. So you can make manual transmission do, like, redonkulous damage. It's still not going to be fast or efficient or fun. For automatic, be kind of like ramping up a Tizzy, and the Tizzy sucked, Pragmatic. That's the funny thing. People attribute, oh, it's such a good bullet hose to the Tizzy. Was it, though? Was it really? Was it really? What I mean, I love the Tizzy. It doesn't make it good. The Tizzy had this fun thing where its legendary effect would break if you go into a fight for your life at all. It also had this fun thing where unless you were a character that had massively increased reload speed, you spent more time reloading than shooting. It also was utterly mediocre unless it was in the overheating range, which requires a lot of time commitment. Extremely ammo inefficient. And a peak Tizzy, fully spun up, doing its thing, still was not top DPS for pistols. Like, it wasn't good at being a bullet hose. It was buggy. It was actively unfriendly to half the characters in the game. Like, you could make a case for Tizzy on Zane, because he had fire rate, he had reload speed, he had swap speed. He could just turn off most of the animations, and it was like, whatever. And had lifesteal, so he never went down. Use Tizzy on Flak, use fucking any other gun. Burn all your ammo in 2 seconds for less damage than you'd get from, like, other pistols in those 2 seconds, yeah. Tizzy's a great example of a wildly overrated gun. People just liked it. That's all. It wasn't good. It was a bad light show, basically. There's no practical situation where the Tizzy is more worthwhile than a light show. And, like, the light show wasn't even a top 10 pistol. Could you believe that? That's the craziness. Tizzy should have been Vladoff, would have been at home with the rest of the bad bullet hoses. True.
And this leads nicely into a continued conversation about weapon categories. Why can I not use you? Oh, there we go. So like pistols in LANs games have just kind of always been monstrous to the point where even the mediocre ones are still seen as amazing by people because the weapon category as a whole just kind of does well. It really does skew people's perceptions on how viable individual items are. Because pistols just have this reputation. Something about Vladoff just makes me feel toxic. Vladoff has been just a terrible manufacturer for a bit. In fact, Vladoff's been, like, one of the worst manufacturers in the post-BL2 games. I liked it in BL2, but BL3 Vladoff sucked eggs. It's kinda not great in this game either. ARs have somehow typically been mediocre other than exceptions. That's fair. The AR situation has been kinda exaggerated in some cases. For example, the whole AR is bad in BL2 thing was exaggerated. But in particular, it's very visible in this game, where ARs are kind of like, okay, why are you here? Vladoff launchers, though? Yeah, Vladoff's got launchers. Vladoff's been doing launchers consistently well. BL2, BL3, and now. It's just their ARs suck. Again, with exceptions. Their ARs suck, their snipers have been inconsistent. Their pistols, mostly bad. Interestingly, there's good, non-unique Vladoff pistols, and then there's a couple good unique ones. But then, everything in between is like... no. Example, you had Light Show, which was, you know, good. Then you have Infinity. You have Queen's Cry. But then you have, Firefly. Like, different games, you get the idea. Okay, so over here, somewhere. I guess that there's a skull over here. Ah, there it is. Yeah, I've never actually shot that one before. Good to know. Our Skuldar SMGs? Yeah, they're not a thing. Not every manufacturer makes every weapon type. Like Dolly ARs in early game before they nerfed them down. They're still good. They're still good. Honestly, those, in terms of the early game balance, that reduction was justifiable. Maybe now it could be looked at again. And they could buff up some of the uniques. But non-unique Dahlia ARs were pretty high on the DPS ladder. Just people didn't use them because everyone was still blowing their build crafting loads over Nightshades. Like, Nightshade's kind of mid, by the way. Ouch. I deserve that. Hive was one of my favorite overall weapons in BL3. Hive was great in that game, and it's funny because it was in the game since day one, and it was really popular in the first month. And then people discovered the Scourge, and they're like, oh, wait, this is kind of better. Okay, we'll use the Scourge. And then the Hive didn't get buffed for a year and a half. But then it eventually did, and it got brought back into, like, the meta. Like, Hive went from being neglected to, like, a top 5 launcher. It's cool. It's cool. One of the advantages of long-term support. Forgotten things like that will eventually, most likely, get their day in the sun. And Hive deserved it. And I like that Hive was put to the level of power it is because it's a good base game option for people who don't have DLC. It's not a world drop, so the people who would complain that, oh, world drops, getting all these good items, they can shut up. It's locked to 2 elements, so specific use cases, unless you just brute force with damage. And it has downsides. It's time delayed, it's pretty unsafe to use, high ammo consumption. Like, Hive was well designed in BO3. Oh yeah, I don't have that epic code anymore, CZ. I should probably delete that. No! It's okay, I made almost no money off that thing. Frost Sprig and Nightshade Theoden can carry through story progression, however, will not suggest for endgame. It'll get you through endgame just fine. The reason why they're so popular, Jenga, is because Buffmeister users. Think about it. Buffmeister scales up better the more shots downrange you can put and the more projectiles are included in those shots. If you get an SMG that shoots at a 16 fire rate, 5 projectiles per shot, Buffmeister very good on it. So, the early days of the game, Buffmeister users pushed the Tower of Spriggans and Nightshades very hard because they had never used other guns because Buffmeister. Incidentally, about how many people actually use that code? Not many, Aaron. I've gotten exactly 1 payout from an epic code ever. And it was not large. It's the same as Twitch, where you can only get a payout from it after a certain amount has been accrued. And I only hit that threshold 1 time with the code, because Epic Creator Code isn't very good. It's better than nothing. Support's always appreciated, but it was never really relevant to me. Better SMGs for Buffmeister, such as? The thing that matters most with Buffmeister is hit count. That is the most important thing. Think of it as the B shield in Borderlands 2. Hit count, hit count, hit count. Heck, Waiter. It's not better. It's comparable, but it's definitely not better. Heckwaiter's 3 projectiles at about the same fire rate. Now, Heckwaiter's a better gun to use in its own right, just as a gun. But the entire point of this conversation is to show how Buffmeister is a corrupting influence and makes you unable to judge guns properly, because Heckwaiter is a better gun than a Nightshade or a Spriggan. It's just better. But not if you use that spell. But Stallion buffed Alchemical, she's out for blood. Certainly seems that way. I just had quagged shadows for breakfast, excuse me. Tell me more. Yeah, that'd be Alchemical. You heard Maiden stutter? Oh, okay. understandable. Let's see what change it made to alchemical. Just increases the percentage. It goes from 10% to 20% Irish, which is honestly huge. Like, if we ever get a class combo on armor that lets us buff Alchemical Agent, that's gonna be crazy. Like crazy. Like, you can do so many things with that. Not only can you go 2 out of 1 alchemical with all this stuff, but, like, you could, for example, get a capstone in your other tree and get alchemical from your armor. So you could have fucking Berserker capstone with alchemical agent on Ghostblade or Dreadwind, and it'd be nuts. Absolutely crazy. Do double Buffmeisters stack? I believe so. New Warhammer game, only on new consoles. It's a bummer, so much for jumping into that universe. At a certain point, that's gonna happen, Thermal. Like, if you keep designing games for 90-year-old hardware, the game quality eventually isn't gonna be able to keep up with the market. It's sad, but it's something that's gonna happen, and should happen. Just can't afford a new console. Yeah, a lot of people can. It's unfortunate. I haven't bought a new console myself either, even though there's a bunch of PS5 stuff I have an interest in. There's one I could borrow, but, you know, I don't like doing that. I prefer having my own stuff. And they refuse to announce Fable, so I don't need to get a fucking Xbox yet. They refuse. Maybe next year we get a Fable announcement, huh, chat? You guys see any of the Capcom show last night? There's no fucking inventory to buy one. That too. These means, yeah. Understand how my console can handle Slaughter Shaft with Schluter. Apparently our consoles can't handle a few ads in Zomboss fight. Like, I don't understand. Well, that's the thing, Thermal. Many people's consoles could not handle Slaughter Shaft with a Schluter. That's the thing. Like, I remember when I was playing Borderlands 3 on PS4, fucking walking into the Valkyrie squad fight was a coin toss on whether or not my console would blue screen. Walking into the boss fight did that. And that was a while before Schluter Slaughter Shaft became a thing. So, like, people were having issues. Them addressing something now preemptively does not mean that the consoles could handle the other thing. Yeah, RE4 looks great. I'm looking forward to that a lot. Dino Shooter game looked fun too. I didn't really pay attention to that. I'm gonna have to go back and watch that. Yeah, Dex, they revealed a bunch of DLC content for Resident Evil Village, including third-person mode, the Mercenaries mode, and a story DLC. They also showed a little bit more of the RE4 remake. I think they said something about REverse, the PvP game that was supposed to come out 2 years ago and fucking didn't. You have any suggestions for good spells outside the typical ice spikes on Deadshot build? Looking for some that are fun to use and do decent damage. Blazing Calamities are great. I'm on a bit of a personal mission to do some Arc Torrent stuff, but I still need to do more science there. You can make Spectral Talons do good damage. A bit hyper conditional on build, but you can do it. What else? Arcane Bolt is good for damage. Glacial Cascade is good close range mobbing. Quaking Sunders are very good for mobbing, extremely good. Just hope enemies don't fly. Eruption spells are good. I like eruption spells a lot. I think that'll actually be fine. Yeah, we'll try that out. Glacial Cascade any good? Yes. Yes, it is. It's a very good damage and coverage to cooldown ratio. It's just a good reliable spell. It's not going to be fantastic bossing or anything, but in mobbing, if you want to just cast a spell to kill a thing, it's good at that. Street Fighter looks good, just not for me. Yeah, I'm not really a fighting games guy, but Street Fighter does look good. Oh, maybe I'm messing around with it. It's never a bad time to start, right? Upgraded my TV to 4K Ultra HD for the new console too. Wait, it's gonna be retiring before I get one. I'm sorry, bees knees. That's real rough. Yeah, console shortages, PC part shortages. Just we live in an era of lots of technology and no accessibility to it. It's interesting to think about. You know, COVID supply line stuff, of course. And, other current global issues affecting the supply lines. But it's an interesting time to be a gamer. Let's see if I can actually make Ghostblade, like, do the thing here. Hey, that works. Cool. Cool. Stonks. I'm actually so happy about that. That's sick. Starting to get sick of Buffmeister, really boring IMO. Yeah, it makes sense. It's like how turning on cheats in Grand Theft Auto is fun for about 5 minutes, then you're like, okay, but what else can I do? Same exact concept. That is the long-term effect that things like Buffmeister and Pixies have on players. Take it easy, Chris. Do Quaking Thunders come in multiple elements? Fire or dark magic? Just those two. Hey, Fleas, how you doing? Fortifying Sigils are decent if squishy. Fortifying Sigils are always good. Even if the healing is not going to be immediately relevant to you, it still has the sigil property of blocking projectiles, and it also gives damage. That was a good Ghostblade position. Hitting a lot of spells. Bounced around by a shark. That was less than good. Ooh, yeah, I might be dead here. Ah, close. Today I learned you can crank luck to over 100 in Fallout 4 to make the home run bat hilarious. That sounds fun. How's the day going so far? It's going well. It's going well. In terms of what we're up to today, we're doing some all-elite runs. I'm attempting to get good with Ghostblade. Okay, nice spawn camp. Cool. Attempting to get good, and we're farming some gear. I don't necessarily mind spending longer in this room, because you do get more crystals doing this. That's, like, fine. There's a lot of sharks in this room, so Shark's Bane is just kind of doing work. Come to think of it, Lethal Catch would be good for farming this room. One Shark's Bane, one Lethal Catch. Gear after today. I want more melee weapons. I want to get some well-rolled volatile and primordial melee weapons. I have like 4 different builds where melee weapons are one of the immediate things where I could make some upgrades, and a couple builds planned that would require good melee weapons. So that's the main focus today. As always, I am looking out for good amulets, good rings, good armors. But there's no guns that I'm particularly focused on today. If I see a good butter boom, I'll probably cream my pants, but other than that, not really looking too many guns. I did get a Primordial Fire Con yesterday. I still don't have my Poison Con yet, but I got 3 of the important elements covered. What's the best butter we've gotten so far? A Volatile ×2? Yeah, Volatile ×2. It's like 1500 ×2, something like that. I'm sorry, Bud Stallion. That was close. Does every enemy have knockback? They don't. Many do. Not all. Has Butterboom yet? Is it any good? Yeah, it's extremely good. Just think of it as a legendary Ludite that only comes in non-Ellie. It is also good on impact mode. It's extremely good. Now, it has part variants. It can come in ×1, ×2, or ×3. And it's not exactly a common drop in general. So getting a good one, kind of difficult. And even a quote-unquote perfect Butterboom is still competitive versus element matching of an equivalent Ludite. So like, if you were fighting, let's say, a Bone Health Bar, if you had a Cryo Ludite with Soaked and, you know, good parts, it could still win out over Butterboom. Same with Fire on Flesh, same with Lightning on wards. Lightning would also have Soaked in the equation. So like, element matching still wins, but in a situation where you can't element match, or just are not element matching, then Butterboom is quite ludicrous. We're saying, is he better without the fire? Not really, because element matching still determines the... Yeah, element matching's still better. You're perfect, no you. What's build using today? I'm using my Ghostblade setup, Pizza Trains. This is my Claw Stalker, all about that Ghostblade. Does DLC 2 stuff drop from the bunnies after you've completed Imelda 4? You have to complete Imelda 4 on that character. So try to keep your sanity. Not exactly a good boss fight, but worth doing. Worth doing for the bunnies? Exactly. I like Butterboom a lot for mobbing and light bossing. For regular bossing, the skills your space is a bit far apart from my taste. Harder to guarantee they all hit. Yeah, the cluster bombs didn't even enter into my calculus there. Like, they're just extra. I was talking about just the main functionality of the gun is that good on its own. So yeah, you add in the cluster bombs, and it could be advantageous in a couple other situations. I need to be more proactive about popping my sigil. I've been going for greedy hits when I should be, like, setting up the sigil first. I want to pick up that orb, but I also don't want to get killed by that crab. So we're just going to go down here. Mentioned earlier, Buffmeister is like multi-projectile guns like Nightshade. Why is that? Does buff each pellet? Yes, that's exactly why. Buffmeister's bonus element applies to each individual instance of damage you do. So, more instances of damage means more Buffmeister. And especially something with high fire rate, because Buffmeister also gives you a large amount of fire rate, so, like, exponentially more. You think it's DLC 3 this week? I'm going off last schedule. Maybe. Hopefully. I'd like to have that content. Over a patch as well. Let us see some AR love. I'd love to see AR and melee balancing in particular. There's some spell balancing I'd like to see too, but ARs and melee I feel are more pressing, personally. It's very weird to me that snipers got a second pass before melee got a first. Alright. Pretty good chunk of damage, especially considering I forgot to switch to my crossbow. for a roadmap soon, TM? Yeah, that'd be nice. They gave us an event roadmap. I'm hoping for a content roadmap as well. Pretty good, pretty good. Hey, Scissors, how you doing? Good to see you. Is there a point to do all 4 stages of Chums like there is a Melder? Not really, since Gear got added. Not really, there wasn't a point. Most of my characters still have not done Chums 4 because of that shit. And I prefer it that way. Game, you wanna run? I was gonna try the poison one. Let's try that. Can I ghost wave that? No, no I cannot. Oh, apparently I was looking. Okay. Okay. Wow, you're doing this attack? I never see that. Yeah, I gotta figure out Bunny on this build. I'm waiting for him to burrow, but did I not do enough damage? I guess I didn't. There you go, Snake Stick. Still pretty good damage. I was above it. This boss is such an asshole sometimes. We have the footage. I very clearly did not look into the beam, but it's just like, oh, you're over it. Counts. This is good info to have, though. Yeah. So element matching definitely still the play. It's good to know. I don't really have to bother with Soaked, it would just help Oath of Thunder, really. Although I suppose it helped the Hydras as well, because I have Stormclaw. Should still do it. Yeah, cool thing about using a Claw with Snake Stick is you can make your melee hit and your actual Hydras different elements. Not always useful, but interesting tech. So, like, if I wear a Stormclaw and a Poison Snake Stick, the hit's still poison, but the Hydras are lightning. It's a good way of getting your Ghost Blade and your Snake Stick Hydras to be different elements. Miasmic Mail with 1 and double knock. Only 1 and double knot though, and the passives suck. Oh well. Getting good crystals from this feature, though. These are pretty fast runs for 2 raid bosses, all elites. Getting good crystals. That Stormcloud seems good, but I'm not sure. What's it got on it? Tomorrow may be our last day of Overly Livewire, hopefully. Hopefully. The thing about the Livewire is, even if they, like, really take a nerf hammer to it, it's still gonna be useful. Like, it's still gonna be arguably the melee weapon to hold while doing melee attacks. So, like, I welcome it. I welcome not feeling like shit for using the Livewire. I would actually put it on quite a few setups. Armor Pain, yeah. I've been taking a nice long break from the Armor Bunny. That's my focus. Because I can be more happy rolling other things. Especially if they fix it, not get barrel accessories, be able to get 40% melee blade. Right. It would make sense to me if they're timing that to match CZ. Like, hey, we reworked the Livewire, but also we fixed a bug that was causing it not to have parts, so you know, distract the people who are just gonna scream, re-nerf. Like, seriously, if there's people out there who are gonna complain about Livewire being changed, and if you think that a weapon should be able to one-tick every boss in the game for doing this, a gun should be able to one-tick every boss in the game from doing this, no, I'm sorry, ding dong, your opinion is wrong. Next. What else am I rolling? Still some snipers I kind of want. Is that Boilermaker? There's a Boilermaker in here. Oh, okay. I guess amulets. Love pain. New class on a month to keep their schedule up? Yeah. It's a PvE game. I need to be able to clear all content without a build. And then if you tell them, hey, that's what the lower difficulty levels are for, they're like, that's elitist. Like, wait, how, though? Like, there's 35 selectable difficulty levels on top of the 3 menu difficulty levels. And that is before the elective difficulty of introducing curses and self-imposed challenges. So, like, how is it elitist to suggest using those appropriately? It's a very weird mentality. Oh, let me see. Grave Spore, plus 2 Thralls, plus 2 Hydras, plus 1 Thrill. The Hunt, Companion Crit Chance, all damage, gun damage. This is on a Stormclaw. So Companion Crit Chance is kind of a scuffed stat. Base Companion Crit is the same 5% as everything else as far as I'm aware, and that only applies to Class Feat Companions. So you can think of that as, you know, Wyvern, Demi-Lich, and Mushroom Crit Chance. And to put it in perspective, because it goes off that base of 5%, 100% Companion Crit Chance is 5% Crit Chance. So that stat could be better, but it's not off-theme. You're gonna have that companion there if you're using that armor anyway, so that's something. Plus 2 Hydras is really nice. Gives you more Thrall stacks, gives you more individual companions doing things. I think my favorite split for that class combo would be 3 Hydras, 2 Thralls. If I could, you know, press a button and be like, hey, this is what I want. All damage is good, a bit redundant with Thralls. Gun damage is good, though. Yeah, that's not bad. Definitely worth keeping. Morning, Jedi Monkey. How you doing? I think once the Livewire gets changed, I think it'd be good for Contagion builds. I think it'll be good for all the builds it's already good for. Reason being, Brucey, name another gun that causes your single target melee hits to hit multiple targets. Name another one. So, like, even if it sucks, compared to what it's doing, it's still gonna be good. And this pisses me off. A volatile Barbalode with one passive and no element. I keep getting non-Elias because this game hates me. I guess it's maybe time to take a break from Amulet Bunny as well. Treat it like the Armor Bunny. Alright, or dual beam, I guess. That doesn't trigger when you swing your melee weapon. I'm talking about for melee, specifically, Dex. Ooh, Primordial Cog, let's fucking go. Hello? I almost scrolled past it. That's juicy. It's yummy, Rainy Hills, you're absolutely right. So, some content that I've been planning is, I'm planning on putting together a little bit of a guide of quest items to grab to make your initial chaos climb, like, very painless. And Cog is on the list. So far, it's, Vorkanar's Cog, Paladin Sword, Heckwader, Last Rites, and you get an amnesia from completing the story, by the way. So, it's those things. What Cog do? Vorkanar's Cog makes a fireball when you ground slam, but we don't care about that. We don't care about that. Vorkanar's Cog gets a double roll of the all damage passive, and always rolls fire damage and Clawbringer power. So, if you want any of those things, this is a way to get it without part variance. If you were to try to farm an amulet, like a purple, with these stats, fire damage, Clawbringer power, and 2 all damage rolls, it would take you hundreds or thousands of hours. Just straight up. It's only claw power, it's fixed parts. It is always these parts. But look at that, at Primordial, 30% all damage, 45% fire damage. Oh, that a quest reward just for one class? There's a couple like that. And why not? You know, you don't need to match class power. Pragmatic. Decided on making you a Quag Flex emote. Yeah, Rohith. Also about Livewire, we're willing to bet the chains won't be melee anymore after the rework, kind of its main issue at the moment. Yeah, it was really strong when the chains were gun damage, but like not like this. I'd argue it was even more mechanically interesting when the chains were gun damage, but not now. Thanks for the explanation, that's why I like to stream. Love having you here, Jenga. Also, yeah, Rohit, good to see you. Full battery? Full battery is good for getting an amp ward easily, but, I'd honestly say, Revotes would be a better ward for that kind of situation, Dex. Because, it has built-in half-strength brimming part and, double fleet parts with, cracked sash style stat distribution. So just reliable. was something else I was gonna reroll, but I fucking forgot what it was. Is it this Salt and Battery? Might have been. Sure. I'll reroll it. I don't know what I'm rolling for, but okay. Mascot avatar you have wanted to ask. It's just kind of like a cute, artistic, licensed version of Blight from Batman Beyond. The backstory behind it is a couple years ago, before I ever started streaming, like I fact-checked someone on something and they got so mad and like called me toxic, and then a community member over in Cheese's chat was like, hey, this is you, and sent me a picture of Blight from Batman Beyond, so I just started using that. It was like, oh hey, I'm toxic. I'm not, but... And it just kind of became synonymous with my brand, so... It's different enough now in terms of how it's drawn and stuff that it's like recognizable as that, but it's my own thing. Teach myself keyboard and mouse. It's tough to learn, but worthwhile, Mr. Adblock. They could just as easily make a drop for current class, and why wouldn't you want class power? Because the entire selling point of it, Pragmatic, is that it's fixed parts. If you introduce making it drop for current class, what happens then is, sure, the one you get from your quest reward is your class. From vendors, it's not, because they don't have a way of doing that. That's not how it works. So then it loses the advantage of why you want it at all. It is a good thing that it is only one class, because that's one less thing to worry about. Just like how it's a good thing that used Great Bow can't be enchanted. It is a good thing. Yo, enemies. You wanna, like, come say hi? Working Brandon did some stuff for Steam Grad. I was like, understand personal brand stories and entail. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, other stuff for initial Chaos Climb suggestion stuff. Elder Wyvern's Ring. Insight Ring. Insight Ring's the only ring in the game that gives conditional damage. So that makes it a high value. And Elder Wyvern's Ring is the only one that gives elemental damage, while also being a guaranteed gun damage roll. I think that covers all the slots, honestly. So yeah, like full quest rewards load out. Sharksbane conditional? No. Sharksbane's fresh, I'm pretty sure. Or it might be conditional. I don't remember. It's easy. You know? My memory may be failing me on that. Lethal Catch can ensure a gun damage buff, wouldn't it? No. Lethal Catch can be any primary. And also, Lethal Catch doesn't have a guaranteed way of getting it. We're talking about quest reward stuff. The concept is things that you could go out and get without RNG-based farming to set up a build before doing a Chaos Climb. Or you could go after at any point during your Chaos Climb if you get walled. Showing conditional? Oh, it is conditional. Cool. Yeah, so Sharksbane and Insight Ring are the sources of conditional damage. So Sharksbane obviously is conditional against one enemy type, and Insight Ring is for everyone else. Also, there's no guaranteed way to get Sharksbane, so I think point still stands, just a light correction on the wording. You're not gonna stop me from standing my Insight Ring, Dex. I can't be stopped. It's, that was quite a choppy encounter. Fact check, nerd. I welcome the fact checks. Accurate information is my love language. Bad Egg is so strong. Chat, you guys know there's still people out there who don't know the absolute chadness of the Bad Egg? There's still some poor, lost, confused, misinformed, cursed wit users. We need to convert them, chat. We need to get the cursed wit users back on the right path. We need them using the Chad Egg. Seems so disparaging to see people abandon Wonderlands. What do you mean, Rod? Tiger Claw. All damage. Not a great skill combo. I guess the Ascension points would be nice if I was doing, like, pixie stuff, but, like, no thank you. Hey, Bad Egg. Maybe assuming from videos pop up on my feed, content creators seem to be influencing the player base quite a bit. Oh, yeah. It's something that I very much dislike, and that some of the people making that content know exactly what effect they're having. And it's the same thing that happened in Borderlands 3. Where people who enjoy a thing are subject to the desires of people who want to shit on the new thing no matter what it does. And who are not approaching from a position of wanting to be pleased in the first place. Here, let me share a meme for you guys. This was posted in the Discord, and I pinned it because I found it very enjoyable. Let me find it.
Do you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
I've made more of the thing you like. Yay! Thing I love Thing. Can't wait for the thing. Woohoo! I do not like the thing! You're a bad person if you don't address the thing that I don't like the thing! I've made changes to the thing. It's no longer the thing we wanted. I'm gonna look for a different thing. Will you buy the thing? I never had any real interest in the thing. Does this look familiar? If this looks familiar... And unfortunately, the people doing that have reach.
and they know they have reach. What's the perk of the Bad Egg and what sorts of build would accelerate? So the Bad Egg does a few things. One, it has always on 20% movement speed. So you want to move faster, Bad Egg does that, no matter what you're doing, no matter what build you have. The other things it does, Bad Egg gives you a 35% bonus element on your melee damage, 35% dark magic bonus element on your melee damage while it's depleted. But it also does another unlisted thing where it gives you a damage multiplier for your melee while it's broken. Separate from the bonus element. So it's really, really good, because that damage multiplier is separate from all others in the formula. It is entirely unique, unlike, say, Cursed Wit, which goes in conditional category, which is devalued by Insight Ring, Shark's Bane, The Old Ways, Spellblade, Full Health Enchant, all those things. Headhunter, those are all conditional. So the more of those you have, the less valuable Cursed Wit gets, but the more valuable Bad Egg gets. Also, Bad Egg can have 2 augments, and Roid is among those, so you can get a regular melee damage boost from the Roid as well. Follow up, that's another conditional. Thank you, Dex. Morning, Alan Burr. How you doing? If you increase melee damage, would it help something like Encapsulator projectiles? No, it wouldn't. Enchantments for your melee weapon, you're looking for a different one. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Tinker Axiom. Presumably the dark magic for Bad Egg applies to Ghostblade and other melee-based action skills. Yeah. Ghostblade, melee-based action skills, anything that's damage source melee. Snake Stick, if it's melee damage, then Bad Egg applies to it. The dark magic numbers there. The enchantment you got on your Bad Egg. That lightning damage is applying to my Snake Stick Hydras, it is applying to my actual physical swings with my Snake Stick, it is applying to my Ghost Blade. My gun is only fire to trigger Awe. That is the only reason I have a fire gun. It's not there to even, like, really do damage. It just happens to because Scalawag hit hard. $13k channel points to go to remain on pace. You haven't yet get those points in. Yeah, that's not a lot, honestly. Huh. You guys are doing a good job. We are only 2 hours into the stream. If you haven't got your points in for that community challenge, you can make me have a bad time if you put points in. I don't know how else to market it. Honestly, I might just start responding to some of that back to the meme we were talking about. I might start responding to some of that kind of feedback out there with just showing that picture and nothing else. Like, no words, nothing, just that. That's something I'm discovering more and more is, we as a community of people who do enjoy a thing need to be as vocal as those who don't. Wait, sigils block that? That's hilarious, I didn't know that. Science. Thank you for testing. Like, if there's things you like about Wonderlands, make sure you're talking about that too. Not only would that, I'm sure, be lovely for the devs on a personal, human level, but also, It encourages them to keep doing the things we like, rather than endlessly caving to the desires of people who are determined to dislike the thing, no matter what form it's in. Critical Connoisseur with the setup goes kinda dummy hard. Because we have a very high tick rate, very high crit chance. Less than vocal on socials, feel like a screamer from the rooftops on Twitch, which I like. Good. Best way to counter negative attention is positive attention. Absolutely. That's true, but it's been good, Worlds. It's been good. I've been enjoying Ghostblade. Making some slight optimizations here and there, figuring out how to handle raid bosses a little bit better. It's been good. I've been liking it. I don't get all the hate of this game. There's literally way more variety in this game as far as builds and way to play. People bitch about repetitiveness, keep saying the game's dying. And that is because a lot of the people repeating that, Shay, have no actual opinions of their own. A lot of them haven't even played the game for any significant length of time. They simply echo what people with platforms tell them. And a lot of the people spouting those talking points, knowing that they'll propagate throughout the community, are doing it for toxic reasons. Not all, but many. And no matter what you say, if you say something enough times, people will repeat it as fact. They won't bother to check. It doesn't matter to them if it holds any water or not. They will keep saying it. Not sure if you saw my additional comment about Crit Connoisseur, but I think if you just get 50% all damage, your setup completely negates all the negatives of the modifier. It needs to be verified and all, but I'm quite confident the bonus crit's massive. That's awesome. I'll have to look into that, CZ. Go much further if you stay positive rather than argumentative. Exactly. Alright, let's try this with... Although... I'll try it anyway. I'll try it anyway. Yeah, honestly, I'm better off just using the lightning one. Because of Stormclaw. That's good to know. Yeah, that's good to know. Mind going over your enchants? Sure. I'll do it after this. That's not supposed to happen. You lived. That's not supposed to happen either. I'll take it. Cool. Beauty of this game is being creative and trying new builds, weapon spells, just because not every build one-shots everything doesn't mean it's fun or effective. And that's the thing, Shay, because the people who constantly shit on this game are not looking at it from a perspective of what this game does well or what this game is trying to do. They're looking at it from the perspective of, this isn't the same, so I don't like it. That's it. That's as far as the thought goes. Fire after finding sigils block glue balls, immediately puts the sigil around the glue ball. Well, it doesn't block those. Let's play the game for views and move on.
I wouldn't put it that way, but they definitely have this formula, tried and true, we've seen with 2 game cycles now, of play the game because it's the new thing, because that's where the people are, and then immediately start shitting on it to funnel people back to whatever they prefer playing.
And I don't understand how you can, like, live with yourself doing that kind of thing. It's just kind of shitty. Makes you look like a tool, too. Skills in Graveborn Tree is bug right now. Harvest. There's also a couple potential things with Reaper of Bones. There's a couple with Dread Covenant, but the notable one is Harvest. Do Snake Stick Hydras get the enchants of your melee weapon under weapon you're holding? So they don't get that. There's a couple on swing melee multipliers whirls. That enchant you listed as one of them, meaning that's only on your actual physical melee attacks, not on your Hydras. I don't disagree there, Beastniece, but let's just steer clear of that for sanity reasons. But I don't disagree. There are bugged skills in Berserker? Not to my knowledge. Oh yeah, enchantments for Worlds. Currently I have action skill start 20 on my Snake Stick. I have Ghostblade on the Sigil. Now this one's absolutely, like, this one's definitely locked in. I'm not 100% sold on this one. All corporate media, yeah, what Roddy said. On the Bad Egg, I'm running ASA Lightning. This is pretty much locked in. This is really good formula-wise. Now, I do have Lightning over here already, but considering I'm running a Lightning weapon and I have Oath of Thunder and Stormclaw, ASA Lightning just makes sense. Now, there's an argument for running ASA Elemental here over Action Skill Start 20 to benefit my Bad Egg bonus element and my Alchemical Agent dots and stuff. Or not my Contagion dots and stuff. But I like ASA 20 here because if I do a short Ghostblade, I still get something after. There's an argument for running spellcast damage dealt. It's a smaller number, but it would give me damage outside of my Ghostblade. Not really too worried about that, though. So this enchant, I'm not 100% locked in on. But this one, yes. This one, like, 95%. Then as for what I have on each of my guns, this one doesn't matter. This one doesn't matter. This one's just in case I really need to shoot something, so I've got that. But for my Scalawag, I have Spellcast Melee, because it's weaker than Action Skill Start Melee, but I get better uptime. Because my Sigil has a base cooldown of a little over 20 seconds before my cooldown stuff kicks in. And that's more frequent than my Ghostblade, which has a cooldown of 37 seconds base, but not only that, it's got its duration, it's got to burn through before it ever gets to the cooldown. So I could end up going a full, 30 seconds without activating my action skill. Whereas I don't tend to go longer than about 15 seconds without casting my spell. It's like a better uptime here. at all those sides, ASA lighting, also missing the armor. The armor is not something I'm wholly committed to either. You could make an argument, Worlds, to just go for something with Sabo primary instead, which would mean not Claw. Claw armor always has primary as one of the 3 pet classes. So, if not using a Claw, then you'd want something Sabo primary. Diamond Gauntlets is an option. Steel Gauntlets as well, of course. Amalgam, be okay. Amnesia would be the damage peak for this, but I'm not confident in my ability to maintain Amnesia uptime and also not die. Like, I could just throw strikes at my feet occasionally to keep Amnesia going, and that'd be the damage peak, but in terms of actual, like, gameplay flow, that would probably be pretty ass. You know, personal taste. Mileage may vary. Still want to make a good Wildfire build, easily one of the less used, that and Mortal Culturalist. I was thinking about doing Furior stuff on Wildfire. Because you've got Oath of Fire is a good bonus element for that kind of thing. You've got Awe if you go down that far. Headhunter. You could get Wrath of Nature from armor, or just invest down that far. Decent amount of gun damage boosts. Like, in terms of that, you're kind of set. Let's keep going. Change my weapon back, right? I'm gonna miss this event when it's gone. It's time for a true test of my builds. Metal, Chaos 7. It's one of the hurdles. Like, this is one of those situations where ASS 20 is good, because that Ghost Blade lasts less than 20 seconds. So I still have the damage up for a little bit. Not long, but a little bit. That's sick. Got my first piece of Miasmic, gotta figure out where to use it. To me, Miasmic still kind of falls into that second place for Contagion kind of area, because Pandemicium is just so fucking good for Contagion tech. I have difficulty justifying not running Pandemicium when available. But it's like a good second to that. Why are you not dead? Very rude. Do we do a maker run, chat? I feel like it's time for a maker run. Just kind of decided that on a whim, but I'm feeling it. Maker us proud. Do my best. Oh, this thing's terrible grading these. I love doing that. Pretty good Donkey the other day. Am I right, gamers? You are right, Atris. Donkey's good. Done anything with new armor yet? Miasma Mill? Not really. It's easy. Is there anything hidden there worthwhile? Since I'm doing the maker, I should take that. Just for safety. Probably not, just curious, got around to make something cursed. Yeah, anything I would do with it is just kind of already covered by Pandemisium. Like, even if I don't start a Contagion Chain with Poison, I still want Pandemisium, because when it rolls around to Poison, that's a chance for it to apply more dots, including Poison. So, like, it's... Pandemisium's still, like, better. So that's the spot I'm in. That was a chaotic moon orb I just saw on the ground, by the way. I'm using the new armor because thematic reasons Pandemic seems nice though. Yeah. Might be easier to go over that status effect damage threshold for Contagion builds though. It's already super easy though. You get 60% from myth rank, 20 from potent poisons. So like, that leaves you 21% to clear. Which is 1 passive, or 1 hilt, or 1 enchant. Or 20% to clear, I guess 20 point whatever. Like, yeah, it's... Ever figure out if Grave Capstone triggers its on-kill effect? I've never tested. Thanks for testing. Yeah, it's easy enough to clear that status effect damage threshold that I think that once Ascended stuff is on the table, it's gonna be more optimal to go for Chance on Amulet. for consistency. The chance is far less impactful than damage on a 1-to-1, but if you already have a lot of the damage, then the chance can go out. Yeah, I went down too many times there. Why does 100 status damage threshold matter so much for Contagion? Because Contagions dot is 50% of the previous dot. But if you have 100% status effect damage, then it halves the dot and then doubles the dot, meaning it goes back to the same value. So if you have over 100%, then you just, it gets bigger. Each time Contagion applies a new dot, it just gets bigger instead of smaller. Where's Mithrang come from? Or, yeah. You get 50% at 35 out of 40 with these collectibles. I don't have those, but with the challenge buff to Wisdom, and that's also with the penalty from Village Idiot. So, like, you can get even more than that. So, yeah, if you were to run whichever one of the backgrounds that gives you the Wisdom bonus. I think there's 2 of them give Wisdom bonus, actually. If you run one of those backgrounds, plus Potent Poisons, then you only need 1 additional source to clear the Contagion threshold. Whether that's 1 enchantment, of which there are 2 different ones, or if that's 1 passive on an amulet, you just need 1 at that point. Or 1 hilt mod, whether that's Caustic or 2 hits of Diamond Guard. That's all you need. Also, Contagion dots only double dip status damage. All their multipliers don't go in. Right. So status damage is the only thing that's going to make your Contagion chains bigger. Can you have too much? There were certain thresholds in the initial testing that Stone Swan found that destabilized the game. Like, certain enemy counts with certain thresholds of status effect damage just caused his game to crash. So that's extremely hard to replicate, so it's not really worth worrying about. Morning, brain farts. How you doing? Climbing fail. And that's one of the things I love about Ghostblade. You can target on a target and swing. It's very efficient. Hey Mike, how you doing? I have 160% between Amulet and Wisdom. That's good. My Garlic Breath setup, I think I'm hanging at about 220%, and it feels pretty good. Need a Contagion build, reminds me of Recursion. I can play my my latest Contagion build after this run if you like. Lila chance. That just felt mean. He had no chance. Boo. Alright, who's first? Bark first. I haven't tried the fire one. I don't want to use soaked with that, I guess. See how that does. Matching element should be enough for that to be worthwhile, I think. Theorizing would be the best applicator of elemental damage. Everything. There's no best for elemental damage, Jenga, because elemental damage is just a part of... It's an ingredient. It's an ingredient. It'd be like, what's the best meal to apply plates? Most of them. It's just a tool in the toolbox. Hitting Bark with a snake stick is very difficult. Oh, that was fucking rude, Bark. Holy shit. Actually bullied. Bark says no snack for you. Luckily, with this kind of build, Barkenstein's weak spots, when you hit them, it deals melee damage. So melee formula boosts that. It applies effects from dealing melee damage. So like, if I crit with that, alchemical agent happens, etc. It's pretty nice. There are a lot of different ways to build Contagion. For example, lots of smaller dots fast. Yeah, that's the optimal approach for Contagion. Yeah. Fatter dots less often. It's better to do lots of smaller dots. I didn't plan that well. Do the other attack? Oh, very close. Oh, that was not my best planning. Clear Chaos 7. Nice, Foster. That's a good hurdle to clear. OSMGs. I use White Rider on mine personally, Jenga. A very fast tick rate. It's poison, so good Pandemicium tech. And extremely consistent. Ghostblade, please target what I sent you at. Or don't, that's fine too. I think your Contagion build... I think my Contagion build would work a little bit better if my plus 3 armor is anything but a Deathless. Yeah, Deathless makes it a bit awkward. I suppose something you could do in that instance, Doc, is depending on how much your non-Sabo class is doing for your build, you could opt to go over to Berserker to take Unarmored Defense to turn off the Deathless. Now, this is unfortunate. I'm not playing Gloop well at all. Oh well, free ammo. I'm gonna try to kill this boss later, feel like I get destroyed like Bunny Fight. Gloop's fine, I'm just playing terribly right now. We bullied Gloop a couple times, in fact. I was juggling my buffs at inopportune times. Basically, greed killed me on this. Greed. Patience is the key with these boss fights. If I just took it slow and paid closer attention, I'd be fine, but I'm not doing that. And it is my own fault. If I just set that up earlier, I'd have been fine. But I didn't. Primary class is Claw, just no Armor Bunny luck. Yeah, if you're really trying to turn off the Deathless downside, you could go Berserker, get on Armor Defense. Berserker does have Enrage, which is a bonus element, and that is going to be capable of applying dots as well for Contagion, so it's not like it wouldn't be helping. You also get Fire Rate and Swing Speed in Deep Berserker Tree, and that's something. Are you hitting? Oh. Ghostblade target in this fight is so weird. I need to throw fewer strikes, actually. I should do that now. Yeah, if you didn't know, you can punch that, and it does a lot. It's quite funny, actually. It's just very awkward to actually do. Been mobbing with a message, quite fun pair with the cube. Yeah, those are both great. Poison, wide AoE, good status effects, good stuff. Okay, Dude, stop moving. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. Ghostblade? Why are you so Chad? And Snake Stick, you're doing a great job too. I appreciate you, Snake Stick. You're making a healthy contribution. I think Ghostblade is the fastest Maker kill I've ever done. That was absolutely gross. I think that's the fastest Maker fight I've ever had. I used to think Chad was a male Karen, my son had to correct me. How you doing, Kirk? Like, that was insanely fast. Like, I don't even have anything ridiculous here. Like, +2 exploit is, like, good, but... it's just Ghostblade. That was nuts. I did not expect that to be a thing. It makes sense, though, because Maker is a ward bar, right? Lightning on ward is the most favorable elemental matchup in the game, and we also have Claw, and we also have Soaked, and we also have melee crossbolts. I didn't have Bad Egg active there. I suppose to get Bad Egg in that fight, I have to hit myself, because her damage bypasses wards. Spend my last 2,000, don't forget. Yeah, get those points in. Remember, if you guys want to help out some of your less point-rich fellow viewers, you can spend some of those points, start a prediction. And y'all can bet some points, try to win some back. Not me trying to get you to waste your points. Ignore. Yeah, I'm definitely going to circle around to this. I'm going to play the Garlic Breath build for Jenga. But then we're going to go back to Ghostblade and do more Maker runs. That was a lot of crystals, too. Ah, prediction from Jedi Monkey. Okay, what are we doing? We want to do the same one for boss? Yeah, let's do that. I'll do a normal run. There you go. Get your points in. We're going to do a normal run on the next one with the Contagion build. So you guys bet based on which boss. If I get Dragon Lord, Chums, or Imelda, that is one outcome. If I get anyone else, that's the other one. Dune's third law, Twitch points. Points cannot be created or destroyed, only redistributed to other viewers. Yes. You gonna stay on this build, stay on Ghostblade? I want to play the Garlic Breath build, though. It's okay. We'll do one with Garlic Breath for the prediction, because that works better for a normal run. Because if I play Ghostblade, I want to do Maker again, and the feature is the most consistent way to do Maker. So it's all right. This plays into what I wanted. At some point today, I'm gonna do some content as well, some cow content, especially because I did pick up that fire. But I'm having too much fun with this right now. Yummy indeed, these days. Alright, what do we got from this pile thus far? Yeah, in terms of melee weapons, I'd like to see get some love. Pincushion and Ragnarok. Also Fatebreaker. Pincushion, Ragnarok, Fatebreaker could all use some love. Because none of them really have anything noteworthy about them. Sure, Fatebreaker you can use to get wards back, but there's more efficient ways of doing so. Ragnarok, just no redeeming qualities. Except hitting dice through walls, I guess. You can just shoot a crossblade for that, so no redeeming qualities. And then Pincushion is just completely terrible. That's why Snake's take good at Ghostblade? Sure. So, Ghostblade checks for a couple things. If you look at Ghostblade, it says melee damage is 85% of your melee weapon. Melee frequency is the same as your melee weapon. So basically, you want a good mix of attack speed and base damage for Ghostblade. Another thing with melee action skills to keep in mind is they inherit the crit stats of your actual melee weapon. Hey, Stone, 2 years! Holy shit. It's here. Thank you for the 2-year resub. That's my first sub ever, and he's been sub for 2 years. Crazy. Craziness. Thank you so much, Stone. I appreciate it, and I appreciate you. That's some real Quag chat energy right there. If running their Spellshot, Berserker, or Burst Stab, should you be putting hero points into status instead of just crit? Status damage helps if you're doing Contagion or Alchemical Agent stuff, Mike. I would recommend it.
Congratulations on the 2 years.
Thank you so much, Stone. So yeah, you're looking at a balance of those 4 stats up there for Ghostblade. You want a high base damage, you want not a completely terrible attack speed, and you want good crit chance. Snakestick provides a decent spread of each. It is not the best in any of these categories. It is just a decent middle ground between a bunch of them. To the point where it works out fairly favorably in the raw DPS. But what Snakestick also has going for it is the Hydras it spawns are another outlet of damage. They are melee damage themselves, so they can trigger Alchemical Agent, and they're just another passive source of damage going on while you're doing everything else. Like, you can bonk an enemy 3 times and park a Ghostblade on them, and keep hitting them yourself. So not only will your Ghostblade be hitting with melee, you'll be hitting with melee, and your 3 Hydras will be hitting with melee. Remember the late 4-person streams you running takedowns? Yeah, the early days. The early days. Let's put all my hero points into crit chance and damage for characters. I don't think I should put some to status. I would recommend crit damage is still going to be great. I would go with status rather than crit chance, Mike, because the impact per point of dexterity, that one being crit chance, is pretty low compared to those other 2. So probably max out crit damage and status damage, and then put the remainder in crit chance would be my recommendation. Yeah, always happy to explain with Techno Mushroom. In terms of other weapons, there's some that can win out in raw DPS with Ghostblade. Goblin Pickaxe is up there. Wailing Banshee's up there. Frying Pan is actually up there as well. But none of them have the passive damage of the Hydras helping you out, which is why I like that. That's a double roll status chance. Universal Soldier. It's interesting enough to take. Is the game fun? Absolutely. Absolutely. Even using From the Shadows both. Well, crit chance does nothing for you in From the Shadows, except for your melee hits. From the Shadows, crits with melee attacks do not get your critical hit modifier from your weapon unless you also luck into a regular crit on that. So what I mean is, you see this 130% chance on my snake stick? Alright, 10 minutes, can't say that word. This 130 crit chance does not apply in From the Shadows unless I, while in From the Shadows, successfully roll that 45.7% chance that you see in here. It's a weird oddity. You still get all the on-crit effects, and other crit damage stuff, but you don't get the melee hilt crit damage. Fuck, I said it once. But even with that on the table, crit chance does nothing for any of your other stuff in From the Shadows. So like your dots, they're already automatically critting in From the Shadows. So crit chance doesn't help you there. You said it? Yeah, 10 times is where I lose. You gotta get me to say it 10 times. But it's going well so far. Snakes is the first thing I heard. Hey, Cabell, how you doing? Fire Claw, gun reload, fire rate. That's good. Alright, let's get on Garlic Breath. Say what? The banned word. Would you say the best class combo for those kinds of builds? Really depends on your goal. You can make a case for like Eddie multi-class combo for that. I like Frostwilder for my Dreadwind setup. I like Clawstalker for my Ghostblade setup. No shared classes between those two, you know? Game, you can handle this. Come on. You can't handle this. Yeah, this is my my latest Contagion setup. You can see it's pretty good at doing the dot thing. It is another Snake Stick setup. Stay back or break it up? Guess we do break it up. Bone Carver Contagion build? Yeah. Honestly say I enjoy Wonderlands a lot. Love variety in builds. Many players just spoiled content BO3. I think Gearbox will bring out more story content and raids later on. Story content is something that I personally, as a player, I don't care about. We had a content model that prioritized story content for 13 years, and the very first of the Lands games that doesn't have Borderlands in it decided to prioritize endgame in terms of an endgame framework. Also, we got 4 raid bosses at launch. Like, we have more content. It's just objective reality. We have more playable content. Less story, more playable content. So, I'm happy with the current model. But, considering how well the game did, it's very likely that we get more content down the line. Like, think about previous games released. Borderlands 1 did not have endgame at release. The only endgame it ever got was 1 raid boss. Borderlands 2, the endgame on release was Terramorphous, which is a complete meme of a boss. It was also on a 24-hour lockout. And Vermi, which is not something people did with any degree of frequency until over a year into the game's life. And also is literally just a reskin badass that gets cheesed by any map geometry. And then TPS endgame, LOL, and BL3 endgame. Even BL3, which got a lot of content over time. Remember, over time, BL3 endgame at launch was you had your Circles of Slaughter and your Proving Grounds, and that was it. That was it. So, I think people forget how much time it takes to add actual stuff, and how we have more at this point in this game's life than we had a year into many of the other games. Also, Chaos Chamber is literally more replayable than all the other games combined. I need all my points now. This highlight message is all I can use. You're doing it right. Any new stuff? You're gonna have to be way more specific, Brexton. I have no idea what you're referring to. All the characters don't feel as restricted from Borderlands. New content yet in game? In what time frame? When's the last time you looked? We got a hotfix on Thursday that also put in a new gun.
I believe there's a Kevin near you.
And allowed you to farm for the DLC 2 gear from outside of DLC 2 if you've completed Form 4. We're expecting an update on this Thursday. This game gets updated once a week. Like, I don't know what you're asking. Is this 3 out of 3 or 6 out of 3? This is 6 out of 3. This game gets weekly updates. Ah, Searing Tether got me there. They're still dying, though. They're still dying. I'm dead and they're still going. See Pandemicium blowing up? That's great. Probably said this before, don't want to sound like a broken record, but VL2 stands called Wonderland's endgame repetitive, drive me goddamn bonkers. Yeah, it's literally rewriting reality. It's so disingenuous. Probably controversial, wasn't a fan of BL2 endgame. It's not controversial here at all, Mike, because we deal with, like, reality. The series did not have a good endgame content model before Borderlands 3. It just didn't. Borderlands 3 turned that around, and this game rides that energy while having its own style. Story is great, endgame is boring. That is how endgame players in general feel, yeah. Hey Quendon, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Hope your day is going well. Hope you enjoy all the perks, emotes, ad reviewing, all the good stuff. And thank you so much for supporting and community. Try Queen's Cry Taser. Do I have a Queen's Cry? I might. I don't know if I kept my Queen's Cry. I think I might have put it away. Queen's Cry would be less efficient here anyway. I do have one. Although this might be zip rockets. Yeah, it's zip rockets. No dice. It'd be less efficient anyway because White Rider ticks basically as fast. Ooh, thanks Butt Stallion to Contagion. White Rider ticks basically as fast, but also starts poison. Meaning faster Pandemicium. Forgot to ask what's the new gun they added. Butterboom. The Butterboom is a week 4 item from PLC 2. It is, if you're familiar with the Torg Ludite pistol, Butterboom is basically a legendary version of that, with a little extra spice. Quite good. That was a contagion chain, holy. Miasmic Mail. Wrath of Nature. I don't think I can do anything about it with that. Beautiful. Theoretical max damage of Contagion, unquantifiable. There is no max, really. Enough to kill anything. is the answer. I think people want story-based gaming. They say they don't. They want to be entertained through a strong narrative. Stats observed by many behavioral economists and similar topics have alluded to it. Consumers say one thing always means something else. Well, good thing the story for this game was well received. Better received than the previous title, and the game sold better, maybe even because of that. So, like, the story's good too. There's story content. Who drops a rocket launcher as soaked again? It's a DLC 1 item, so you can get it from the wheel. You can go fight chums for it, although I wouldn't recommend that. But if you've fought chums if you've beaten chums on any of your characters, then that character can get it in the world drop pool or from the bunnies. Best way to get a delusion would be to go to the launcher bunnies, in my opinion. Because there's not that many unique launchers, you have a pretty good shot at just getting one. The story of Wonderland's way more than BO3. I still love both games though, of course. Yeah, I love BO3, but like it's just kind of reality that the fans at least latched way more onto Wonderland's story than BO3 story. I don't think BO3 story was as bad as the rap it gets, but like people shit on it. Haven't seen that with Wonderlands. I have no empirical evidence to back this up, but I believe people don't even care about story, they care about deep characters. BO2 story wasn't actually that good. Handsome Jack, Angel, etc. were compelling characters. There's some truth to that. Absolutely. Like, Handsome Jack was an exceptional, charismatic force. Like, largely due to the voice acting performance. The character wasn't written that well. And the perception of that game is largely structured around two things: Jack himself and content made by people around Borderlands 2. It's those two things. Third pillar would probably be nostalgia, if you want to make a third pillar. BO3 story was too long, more than anything. Yeah, that last... It started to drag on. Necrotafea was pure padding, and like that just didn't need to happen. Lose out on Pandemisium with a taser, you can use a Spirit Rune. There's no reason to use Spirit Rune over Body Rune, because Body Rune gives you fire bonus elements for more potential contagion, it also heals you, and if you stand still, it also has the Spirit Rune effect built in. Hey, Lionishi, how you doing? You play an Ultra Wide? I don't. I do not play an Ultra Wide. So welcome. No problem. Typhon's a great character though. I honestly strongly dislike Typhon. Tron was cool though. I like Katagawa Jr. a lot. Lorelei was cool. Maurice, love that guy. Well, you know, he's not story. Sorting Body Rune was soaked enough of not to be able to swap another shield. No, because you still get the healing. Body Rune just does so much. You still get the healing. Okay, we got Parasite. Let's pay out that prediction. Got a good boss. Congrats, winners. That's almost 100k channel points shuffled around. I'm the minority that like Ava. I'm right there with you. We all know Jack was the hero cut down in his prime. No, I think he was a complete psychopath who was fighting lesser psychopaths, so some of his points carried some weight, but ultimately he's still a murderous psychopath who enslaved his own child. People like to blame Lilith for making Jack the way he is. He enslaved Angel way before that happened. chunky Dire Sacrifice. Oh, that was so good. That was sick. Dire Sacrifice Contagion is so satisfying against Parasite, because there's a bunch of ads, so you just get good mileage. Another prediction, Roddy? We can do that. We'll set it up. Regularly think about buying a game so I have something else to play, and I don't know what I want to... I said too, Warhammers always look cool, but I'm a total noob. Need something to break up the monotony of these Chaos Chambers with a lot of times zero motivation to play. Having an off-stream game, or for me, off-stream, having an off game is nice. I spent a bunch of hours playing Godfall last night. I enjoy that game a lot. It's another build-crafty game that just is different. It's a change of pace, helps me keep things fresh. I've also been considering doing another Cyberpunk playthrough. Division 2's been calling my name for a bit. I play Remnant from the Ashes from time to time. Gotta do my yearly Bioshock series playthrough, my yearly Mass Effect series playthrough, my yearly Dragon Age series playthrough. It's always good to have a game or two just there. It helps stall burnout a lot. That's how I was able to get 6,000 hours in Borderlands 3, because I regularly played different things. Started playing this game, I think 3 weeks ago, really want to stream it. Can't get the right resolution playing ultra wide though. Yeah, I don't have any experience with ultra wide resolution. Yeah, I don't have any insight there. If anyone here plays ultra wide and can help with that, tips appreciated for Lionishi. Guess my sarcasm's really portrayed through text. Yeah, that's fair, Beast Knees. You'd be surprised. A lot of people say that exact thing you said completely seriously, which is probably what you're poking fun at, but obviously this medium doesn't convey that well. Been vibing with Cyberpunk, got a Corpo character and loving it. Corpo's my favorite background too, yeah. Really okay to play Cyberpunk now? It was never that bad for me. Like, I never had as many issues as a lot of people were having, and maybe I was lucky, but I've done 5 playthroughs of the game, and it's buggy, but never to a degree that stopped me from enjoying the game. Like, there's still some meme levels of buggy shit. Like, the opening cutscene, everyone T-poses. And it's been that way for like a year. So it's funny. But like, the game is still enjoyable. The characters are cool. You could do fun builds. The world building is nice. Like, it's still enjoyable. Might install it? I think it's worth your time. I think it's worth your time. Just go in with expecting it to be a little unpolished. But they've added a lot to the game over time, and it's just enjoyable. Like, if you've ever played a Bethesda game, like an Elder Scrolls or a Fallout game, that energy. Expect that amount of bugginess, and you'll enjoy it. Not playing Outriders again. Remnant isn't really my kind of game, but I played it. Outriders got that expansion coming out in 2 weeks, and honestly, that's looking pretty good. End of this month, I'm gonna have to make a choice between Outriders and Monster Hunter, because I want to play both, because they're both getting expansions on the same day. Voice of Gage is female B, and she did a fantastic job. Primordial Fatebreaker. I guess I'll take that in case a buff happens. Meh. What'd you think of the Starfield stuff? I didn't watch it. I gotta go back and do that. I was asleep during that part of the show, and I never went back and watched it. Irish. Fair, most of the complaints were from PS4 and Xbox One players. Games are designed for last-gen consoles. Glad I waited for the PS5 release. Plays very well. Yeah, the last-gen version was truly atrocious from all accounts. Looks really fun. Definitely getting that game because Fallout 4 was a lot of fun. Cool. I'm a big fan of RPGs, so if it plays like a Fallout kind of game, I'll probably check it out. Outriders decent, just a shame the co-op servers are terrible, otherwise I recommend. Yeah, servers are pretty horrendous on Outriders, but the gameplay is really fun. Just don't expect anything out of the story. Don't expect much out of the servers. But the gameplay, the build crafting in Outriders, very enjoyable. Because I have ADHD, it's hard for me to play RPGs because levels so slow to enjoy them. Yeah, I could see how that could cause some problems. Manifests a little bit differently in everyone. I don't have ADHD, but I have ADD, and the way it manifests for me the most is I have difficulty starting tasks, but also stopping tasks. So I fixate on things. Like, getting me to try something can be very difficult. Like, you guys know my games backlog and my show backlog, kind of infamous. It's really hard to get me to start something, but it's also really hard to get me to stop something. So, RPGs, looter shooters, I fixate quite hard. Speak my language right now. 27k to go until we hit 1 mil, get them points in. Oh no. Resi 2 and 3 remakes got a current gen upgrade, may as well if it's been again before 4 remake comes out. Yeah, I might do that, honestly. I really enjoyed RE2 remake, and RE3 remake wasn't like great, but I still enjoyed it enough to feel like I got my money's worth. Like, I don't often go out of my way to 100% a game, but I did with that one. Like, I did multiple playthroughs, got all the collectibles, played through on Inferno, you know, did all that shit. I had a good time. It's only 5 out of 10 concerned. It's probably at a 6 now, Foster. When I start a new game, I jump all the way in, like, hyper-focus, and I want to know everything on how to optimally play and all that. Just can't play games. That's one thing I can't do. Some games I allow myself to go in knowing nothing. It's a case-by-case basis. But there's some I definitely want, like, guidance for. Like, when I first started getting to Monster Hunter World, I definitely... Like, I had someone on a call telling me what everything meant while I was playing. Because that kind of game is very daunting to get into, and it can feel discouraging if you don't know what you're doing, and there's like so many things the game's throwing at you at once, you know? So I do get that. Village, very underrated, good game. I really enjoyed it. It's one of the longest streams I've ever done, my playthrough of that game. I did it all in one sitting. It was about 17 hours. Playing very casually, interacting with chat, you know. Getting paralyzed with fear at the baby for an hour. don't know what it is about that thing, but it just fucking... I could not. I couldn't. I just couldn't. That's what the yummy command is from. You can do ! Yummy and see a clip of me freaking the fuck out. The Ritalin when I was younger and hated it, so I've just never revisited that. I've never had a medication that I've been okay with the side effects for in that area. Either splitting headaches, constant dehydration, weird disconnects between, like, that feeling like you're dreaming constantly. I don't like those kinds of things and the effect they have on me. So yeah, I feel you. So. Want to get back into Monster Hunter? I'm gonna get into Rise when Sunbreak drops. Both my kids have ADHD and take medicine. Teachers are happy. I'm not sure the kids like it. It's such a difficult thing to tackle. I think it's a wholly individual basis. Like, some people feel like medication gives them better control. Some people feel like it robs them of control. And some people are not okay with the other impact it has on health. I think it should entirely be a case-by-case thing. I don't agree with this idea that medication is always bad, but I also don't think it should be, like, the go-to without looking how it affects the individual. When it comes to ADD, ADHD. Speaking from my own experience. I got diagnosed as a teenager. I was going through a very difficult time in both my personal life and my school experiences. So, like, on top of standard teenage stuff and stuff at home, there was depression, anxiety, and ADD. So, for a bit, for me, medicating to manage the ADD stuff was good, but then the physical impact of it just became too much for me, and I decided not to continue with that. You know, case by case. Currently training as a counselor and find talking or cognitive behavioral therapy is much more effective. See, I like that people like you are out there, Mike, with that outlook, wanting to work in that field. That is... faith in humanity points just went up. That's good to hear. I actually wanted to, help people. It's a paradigm with seemingly decent skills. I have to take a look at that. Wasn't diagnosed till my 30s. Definitely one of those things where it doesn't change anything necessarily. It's good to have some sort of validation for the issues you've had for years. You aren't just being shitty the way a lot of people treat it. Right. Identifying helps with management and perception. Still suffer from bouts of anxiety, depression myself, saying goodbye to you. Yeah, I've got my stuff largely under control. I've got much better coping mechanisms and stuff, as an adult, at least in this phase of my adulthood. So I'm doing well. I appreciate the good thoughts, though. That's always a help. But transparency in this kind of thing is something that's important to me, because everyone has their struggles, and as someone who talks to people for my job, I'm in a position to acknowledge it, right? Make people feel better, a little bit better about it. Pretty bad, like I'm bad about talking over people and getting my thoughts out quickly, and also my memory is terrible. I feel you there, though. I've known a couple people who have the talking over people thing, and that's a perfect example of what Jester said about how people just think you're an asshole, but like, no, it's your brain's processing things differently. You don't mean to do it. Yeah. The bad memory thing. I have that. I mean, famously, I ask you guys to remind me about shit like every run. Discussions about being able to do school and be happy. If you suffer through school and have consequences that shatter your confidence the rest of your years, that's your foundation. But if meds as a kid help you adjust and enjoy learning, you have to do school the rest of your life. Exactly, exactly. If it helps you to deal with your struggles, whatever those might be, whether it be schooling or just personal wellness, like, then it's absolutely worth doing. It's just another tool in the toolbox. Alright, what do we got boss-wise? Imelda? Oh no. I wasn't prepared for this. I didn't think it would happen. Oh, shit. Well, there you go. First CC Imelda. I think this is my first time getting Imelda in the Chaos Chamber, yeah. I don't even know which form it is. Oh, it could be any of them. Shit. This could be Imelda 4. I don't know. Okay, her doing that means it's not Imelda 1, I think. I don't think she does that in the first one. Straight up not having a good time. Hey Lariat, how you doing? Or Lariat, Lariat, whatever. I'm sorry, I'm butchering your name. I'm in Imelda anxiety right now. I apologize. I'm just... Imelda fucks me up, chat. As soon as I get in the room with Imelda, I can't function anymore. And not just because I'm attracted to her. Setting the record straight. Okay, this is probably 3 or 4. Stop teleporting! Fuck. Okay, there's Contagion. Oh, it's Imelda 3, let's go! The one we can actually touch on the ground and Dire Sacrifice one-shot. Let's go! One-shot Imelda with Dire Sacrifice, proc Contagion. And yeah, I enjoy having these mental health and real talk conversations with you guys. You know, I like talking to my community like you guys are community. I like having conversations. This is why I'm a live content guy, because this is what I like. All the pain with no drop. Yup. No drop. Attracted her, say what? You heard me. Like, imagine how hard Imelda 3 could step on you. Only 20k until 1 mil, get those points in. I wants to get in her soup. Imelda 3 should be in the everyone else category. Phase 1 still sucks, not HP. Bonk Dex. Want a bite from the sandwich? Can't argue. Mortal Vessel increases HP and therefore damage of the Dire Sacrifice. At least that's my thought process. Yeah, the thing with why Dire Sacrifice does damage in this setup is because of Contagion. So, like, Dire Sacrifice guarantees a Dark Magic dot on everything it hits. Now, I have Body Rune as well, so it's applying that. So I'm applying dots to everything I hit with this. I don't have significant investment into HP. Now, I have some in Constitution, but I don't have a lot. It is just the presence of a dot triggering Contagion. That's how I'm getting value out of Dire Sac here. So that's why it did that much damage to her, because it put a dot on her, it put 2 dots on her, put 2 dots on everyone else in the room I hit. So I just got Contagion triggers, and that put a dot on her that melted. So the damage that Dire Sacrifice itself does in this setup is actually completely irrelevant. Also 8 out of 3 Contagion, yeah. Because I have 6 from Skill Tree plus Armor, and then 2 from Butt Stallion. So 64% is really good consistency. Talk about Foster's Dire Sacrifice build where he doesn't take thralls. Ah, right. So if you're building around Dire Sacrifice in terms of making it actually do damage, then yeah, stacking HP is one of the biggest things you can do for it. A lot of that's going to come down to your ward choice as well. There's a couple wards that give you a huge bonus to that HP. For example, Kinetic Friction gives you 100% more HP. Doesn't list, but it tells you, like, it does do that. Bronco Buster also gives you some HP. If you go Bereaver, Unarmored Defense converts your wards to HP at a very favorable ratio. So that's a good way of getting a lot of damage into it. And then Graveborn Power is the next biggest thing for buffing your Dire Sac damage. I'd say HP and Graveborn Power matter more than even ability and area damage, which the skill also is. You can get a pretty good formula on Dire Sac, but the thing is, even with all of that, it's still not going to be bossing relevant. The only way you get it bossing relevant is with either ludicrously perfect gear and Paradigm Buffmeister shenanigans, or Contagion. Primordial Smash Hammer is 1500. That's impressive, honestly. 1500 with a 1.2 swing speed is, like, pretty good. Gonna go dump the water out of my bag now. Question mark? Sorry, Radia talked about my Bereaver build. I think the exclamation's still nice. Oh, cool. Cool. Yeah. Alright, I'll BRB, chat. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'll run another prediction for you guys if you wanna go in that. You could get in on that while I go PP%. We'll do a run with the Khan next. So, BRB. Okay, me back. Let's do some cow content, shall we? Actually using the scroll bar like a functional human being. I have too many builds. Messed up where I was gonna put my points. Oh no. It could work out. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Okay, I have my pistol shotgun gear equipped right now. You know, that'll be fine. That'll be fine. Okay. How's the grind been going? It's been going well, Twisted Grin. It's been going well. Nailed down a couple boss strategies for my Ghostblade build, which is enjoyable. And we got some good showcase stuff with the Dire Sacrifice Contagion build. We got a Dire Sac one-shot on a Melda 3 Phase 2 because good Contagion behavior. That was impressive. It looked badass. So gameplay's been good. Not too much interesting in terms of what we've gotten gear-wise today, but that's okay. We'll get stuff eventually. I have enough farming goals that I'm still picking up things here and there. Looking forward to seeing it in VOD. Yeah, I should probably go back and clip that. Hey Luke, how you doing? We got like 30 points in it, prevents me from going the other way. Ah, sorry Dex. Ouch. Yeah, shooting con in bursts of 4 is like real good DPS. Just not at all sustainable, because bursts of 4 from this gun is fucking 20 ammo. And also, you take a lot of damage getting in range. Also the shot pattern's terrible. It's a very impractical gun. It's hard though. So it is worth mastering. Star Trek II Wrath of Cowcon. Found a TwitchCon this weekend in my country, only an hour away from me, not have any intention of going. I want to go to a TwitchCon eventually. I've never been. It's just so expensive, and then there's COVID, and lots of reasons. Ideal patch you'd like to see next. I'd like to see them do some more UI stuff. I'd like to see assault rifles and melee weapons get a balancing pass. I'd like to see some reductions to some of the overperforming things in this game. Think Buffmeister, Pixies. They've already confirmed they're looking at Livewire, which is good. Oh, there's my ammo. Have they tweaked the Buffmeister Pixies yet? I don't know. Iron Bear buff? Yes, Kiki. Iron Bear buff. Absolutely, I agree. It's necessary. was unintelligent of me. That's another thing I want. I still want that primordial liquid cooling. Never lucky. Good curses on this run, though, I must say. Starting like Ghostblade, it's so fun, Brain Farts. What do you think about the animations? That's the best part for me. It's so badass, you could just go like... It's just... It's so cool. Can you fall off here? No, there's a wall. I don't know what made me think of that. I don't know who my boss was. I didn't see. Did anyone catch that? So is there an ammo shrine anywhere? Ammo altar. No. Sad. No, I've heard you explain this before. Why are pixies broken? So... they are guns that, if you get them as a Fear Knot, they count as spells, so they do spell things such as Double Knot, all that stuff. And they get spell formula. They get companion damage applied as conditional damage in their formula. They get just ridiculous amounts of damage formula. They do not require you to have any sort of active role in your gameplay other than hitting a reload button. And you can have 15 of them flying around, when one of them is enough to delete raid bosses in single-digit amounts of seconds. One is enough, and you can have 15. So you could just load into a map, hit your reload button 15 times, and the map will be clear by the time you hit the 15th one, but you know, you could. It is so minimal in gameplay while being so high on the scale of damage ceiling. It's like, what's the point? Like, and seriously, the amount of formula they get is crazy. Fun, fair, and balanced. How you doing, squad? What was my bonus? Oh, it was Fire Friend. My bad, Fire Friend. I never pay attention. There are good legendary pixie style guns to keep an eye out for. There are no legendary pixies. The only legendary companion Furior module is you can get Fragment Rain with Hydras. Otherwise, they are all some variety of impact. Thank goodness, yeah. The Pixies for one run, understood why people hated them, so boring. It just eliminates the gameplay from the game. Like, okay. Fragment Rain is also pretty AFK. You at least do have to be looking at one target, Squab, and it's constant player input. It's a very simple input, but you are doing something. Whereas this is what you do with Pixies. That's it. Yeah, Whatnots are gun damage, Fear Knots are spell damage, as Elevated Wookiee said. How you doing, Elevated? So, Whatnots have the option of being a pixie that can trigger Play the Angles, which is as scary as it sounds. But Fear Knots can do things like trigger Double Knot. Pixies get every bonus but melee. They don't get ability. Using Play the Angles makes gun pixies just as broken as spell pixies? Not directly. Play the Angles is a mobbing thing. So Double Knot is obviously like better single target, and Play the Angles is better multi-target, but you can just Double Knot every individual target because you can have 15 pixies out. So like, I would still consider spell pixies better. With some loose quotes. When gun does spell damage out of the cheesy pixies, Queen's Cry. Yes. Queen's Cry is very good. Throwable Hole Explosion is also spell damage. The kicks are gun damage, but the explosion is spell damage. Might be up your alley. Class to Play the Angles from, it's the Spore Warden Capstone. One of my favorite skills in the game. Pixie's objectively stronger than every other gun in the game. Most. It's hard to engineer a situation where Pixies wouldn't be better. They're more automated, have a higher damage ceiling, can deliver damage across an area. Nightmare. This is a good boss. That's what the Angles do. Whenever you crit with a gun, you have a chance for that to make a projectile that then shoots another nearby enemy as ability damage, and this ability damage is based in part off of the original damage, meaning it double dips damage bonuses, and that Play the Angles also has a chance to ricochet again. So each subsequent ricochet, it can only do this up to twice, does massively more damage than the original hit. So, yeah. Thanks, Con. Thank you, Con. Very cool. So in general, would you say double dipping of any kind is bad design? No, not necessarily. Because sometimes it is mitigated by being inconsistent or requiring significant investment, or triggering only from certain things. Like, for example, Blast Gasp is an example of double dipping. but it has several mitigating factors. A, you need a lot of specific formula to get it up and running to a point where it outdoes the competition. B, it is true random. It is chance-based. C, it can't crit. So they capped its damage ceiling in a meaningful way there. Blast Chill. Same kind of stuff. It is true random, only triggers from, since the change, only your actual melee swings. And requires investment to do anything relevant. And Play the Angles, same energy. Now, Play the Angles can crit, but it's on guns, and it is a multi-target skill. So double dipping inherently is not bad design, unless you can eliminate all of the limiting factors, which some things can do. For example, you can eliminate all the limiters on Double Knot. If you make the source 100% crit chance, which you can do through multiple means in this game, because spells are very easy to crit with. Even if that spell has 0% card crit chance, it's very easy to get it to crit automatically. That means you always get Double Knot, and Double Knot is a double dipping bonus element. It is unique. And then Double Knot itself can also crit. So, for example, if you run from the shadows, and you cast a spell and you have Double Knot, spell crits, which is massively more damage, then the Double Knot crits, which is massively more damage, double dipping your formula. So Double Knot is an example of double dipping gone wrong. The other forms, each on their own, non-problematic. I love this game so much. Theory crafting discussions are so freaking good. I love it too, Foster. This is my passion. I'm very enthusiastic about this stuff, and I just love the discussions. And yeah, it's gotten me to a point where I love what I do, and I've met some cool people doing it. Theory crafting means a lot to me. Does Glacial Cascade always come as times 3? Yes. Yes, it does. No, Nightbot. Don't need to test. Yeah, it always does, Farashi. Capetides and Ghostblade. Don't talk about it. But that's good combo. I personally don't use Capetides as much on a Ghostblade setup, because I'd rather just use the Twisted Illusion and just get another armor. But yeah, that's something you could run. On my Ghostblade setup that I've been running a bit today, you could absolutely justify running a Cape. Cape with Stabo primary. Decent pick. So because it's so good? Yeah, it is good. You can peak higher damage-wise with other armors, but that's the beauty of Cape. That's why I think that Capetides and Soaked are well-designed parts of the game. Because there's use cases, there's limiting factors, and ultimately a lot of it just boils down to consistency and convenience. Makes them feel like they have a strong identity. Like, something people will do often is they'll draw parallels between Soaked and Slag, and I think that's very unfair to Soaked. And Try Forward and Stabo seems really good with the crit chance for Stabo. From the Shadows action skill makes Play the Angles capstone on Spore very consistent. Big fan of that. On Burst Stabo? Yeah, great for that combo, for sure. I want to do another Maker melt. If you guys missed it earlier, we did the fastest Maker kill I've ever seen from my own builds with Ghostblade. Like, totally unprepared for it, wasn't expecting it. We did that, so I want to push that even further. Prediction. Here you go. Will my Maker fight take 30 seconds or less? That's the prediction. Let me actually open Live Split. Nice, Scoops. How you doing? Just 3 and 4 be in a volcano type environment, include a fire type of soaked. Oil and Spice kind of does that. Foster. That was in 2, so. I think this game needs build diversity to keep people playing. Many ways to play other than Pixie's Buffmaster Spell Shot. And the build diversity is already there, Irish. The thing is, people flock to specific things, and the idea that it's a specific thing only is perpetuated. Didn't see how the kill were the circumstances. Ghostblade go dummy hard on Maker. It wasn't anything particularly weird, it was just like really good element matchup. We distributed our damage very well, it worked. Is there a clip? No, I gotta go back and clip a couple things from Jay's stream. I want to clip that Imelda Dire Sacrifice one-shot, and I want to clip the Maker melt. Took the major out Pixie's quality life, so you don't have to aim. You can do that in a lot more interactive and balanced ways, though. For example, you don't have to aim with a Dreadwind build. I play a Dreadwind build, and it's quite enjoyable. You don't have to aim with a Quake and Thunder build, but that has limiting factors. Don't have to aim with a Contagion build, but that has limiting factors. You get the point. Don't need to aim with Gauge. I was a Gauge player in BL2, so my lack of aim is prophetic. Not pathetic, it's that too, but prophetic. Bruce Bite aims for you after the initial kill. After the initial kill. Even that has a limiting factor there. You gotta get that first kill. Also, your poor trigger finger. Waiting for a fire version of Soaked. Oil and Spice kinda does that. Kinda. Real easy for Ruby Spite initial kill to get stolen. Yeah. Oil and spice makes me hungry. What's for dinner today, Scoops? What are you thinking? I made a really nice yellow curry last night. Not my best work, but I experimented a little bit, and it still came out good. Southern, we cook everything in oil. No idea, I've been craving a meatball sub. That sounds good. I go for a meatball sub or a cheesesteak. I don't know why I want one of those things specifically, but either of those. Cheesesteak's always the answer. It's been a while since I've had a good cheesesteak, actually. Like, I never had the opportunity, really. I suppose I could make it myself. I do with fucking everything else. That's been one, I guess call it upside of, the pandemic lifestyle. I've been cooking a lot more instead of going out, and eventually that became habit. Now, like, I'm more comfortable going out again, but I also could just cook. And I do, because I like to. Build good habits. I don't think anyone in Louisiana knows what proper cheesesteak is, therefore I won't bother unless they know it's authentic. That's fair. I love doing that. Tried an Indian place here recently, I could tell it wasn't exactly made with love. Oh, that's unfortunate. How'd that work? So you only fail the green puzzle if you shoot the wrong one. Specifically shoot. If you use something that isn't a gun, it doesn't care which order you hit them in as long as you hit them all. So, sigils do damage, you can just park a sigil and it pops them all. Play the angles with ricochet, pop them all. Lots of other things do it. It only cares if you shoot the wrong one. Place next to me does a cheesesteak stuffed soft pretzel with a steak being ribeye. It sounds amazing. It's like there are a lot of bad wing joints in Buffalo. Place gets a name for something good. Anyone thinks they can make a buck off it? Yeah. They get a ribeye for lunch? Ooh. I don't know what I'm gonna eat today. I don't think I have any meats. Something vegetarian though. Okay, I might have some sausages. Check the freezer. 130 though. Defrosting anything that isn't chicken is gonna be awkward right now. Chicken, I might have some. Oh, I'm thinking out loud. Ribeye's good. It's nice and fatty. It's nice and thick. Give me that Imelda cut ribeye. About half an hour left, still need 17k to hit 1 mil. Get the points in. Gonna haunt my darkest nightmares. You're welcome. For a plus 30% melee and bosses and badass enchant, what constitutes a badass? It'll be certain enemy types. It's a hard thing for me to explain, but basically enhanced versions of enemies. So like the coiled with extra attacks, the armored trolls, the notable ones. You'll pretty much know them when you see them. Usually just a bigger, badder enemy of some way. Decent way to set up a melee build is a spell shot without Spellblade? Yeah, use a different melee weapon. Spellblade is an answer, it is not the answer. Other weapons come into play, you know, Banshee, Snake Stick, Assault and Battery are all very, very good. Spellblade isn't even, like, optimal in some melee build scenarios. It definitely loses Assault and Battery. Curses get more gems than the crystal one. Sometimes. Sometimes. Getting curses early will multiply your future crystals to the point where getting a curse and then a crystal chest would be more than getting, say, 2 crystal chests. Basically, that's the short explanation. All better come in all elements? Yes. And then, of course, depending on your chosen avenue of melee, there's different weapons that have use cases. For example, obviously this kind of Ghostblade setup lends itself very well to Snake Stick. If you're doing Dreadwind, then Banshee is a good... yeah, I played myself there. I went down at a very poor time. Side objective failed. No! That's okay. Like how them funneling when I die makes it easier because I can hit all the elites with my Ghostblade at the same time. It was a tactical respawn. Yeah, these elite king crabs are tanky. Love to see more cosmetics. Helps with making cool characters. Did you ignore that they put in 80 with each DLC? Wait, what, 80? Yeah? There's so many things that people are like, oh, I wish this was in the game, but it is though. Building some pretty crazy characters usually suck character creators. Yeah, I don't often go out of my way to make a character look good, but I had fun making this guy and my Dire Sacrifice Contagion build as well. I spent a lot of time in their appearances. Okay. So, we gotta get through the 3 bosses, and then Maker. I'm trying to conserve pistol ammo. He says right before chucking a bunch of strikes. It's fine. It's fine. Hit me. No, not you. Just you. That's less than ideal. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Die? Nope. Shit. Alright, that's fine. The raids always in the same order and run with multiple? No. I don't think so. I swear I've seen them in different orders. Someone else can confirm that. I got greedy again, chat. See, you know I'm into a build and I'm having too much fun when I just start doing stupid things because I'm enjoying the gameplay too much. I should have just waited and not been greedy. But I didn't do that. Like, I'm gonna let one of these hit me when I absolutely should not be doing that. Okay, I didn't mean to waste the life on Gloop. That's fine. I just need to pay attention during Bark and Bunny. Quite what I intended, but I'll take the bad egg up front. Oh. Stop bonking into me, Bark. It's rude. keeps bonking into me. Okay, come on. Come here. I don't have as much pistol ammo as I wanted here. How did I take that hit? I think I'm bad. Chad, I think I'm bad at video games. Can you finish that snake stick? I'm scared. I got it. Did I make it to the maker? Yeah, I just gotta, like, pay attention. I'm not good at that. My attention span is not active today. The guns with wings here for the setup. They apply crossbolts, newcomers. They apply crossbolts. Come here. Don't die. Okay, where the fuck? Where is it? You're over there? Why are you over there? I wasn't looking. Shit. Spawn an ad. Oh, you're over there. Why are you over there? Shit. Ah, stupid mistake. What's the prediction if you don't make it to the maker? I don't know, I'll just do another run and consider it undecided. If I don't make it to the maker, then I didn't do the maker fight, so it didn't take any amount of time. Somehow broke even on the bonk bucks today. Stonks. Okay, stop camping, bunny. Took infinite time. Okay. I don't have my Ghost Blade available, which is a bad start. But I can Snake Stick. Yeah, let's see how long it actually takes. If I had had my Ghost Blade available, this would have been over already. This is over 30 seconds. Build bad. Yeah, I lost this one because of, severe bunny mismanagement. Entirely my fault. I do want to give it another attempt after this one. Still be a fast maker kill, but not as fast as I want it to be, you know? Like, that's the speed. That right there, that's what I need to have from the beginning. Minute 22. Yeah. I could definitely shave a minute off of that. 30k on yes. I'll do better. Occasionally streamer forgets to put the streamer skill on. Crossblade. $17K crystals. Man, I'm gonna miss this week's featured. It's such a good run. Area damage, maximum health. 2 Immortal Vessel, 1 in Ascension. This is a decent Dire Sacrifice armor. It's actually really decent. Taking that. What else could I do? Oh yeah, this could be way better. Alright, I got ideas. Chad Blade. Thanks, Kyler. Is that the one from just now? Or is that the other one? I could click on it to check, but I'm lazy. Excuse me. Allergies. Ugh. That's from earlier? Ooh, thank you. Let me open that up. Hit the bunnies for gear you need for alts, or always try to use character farm for? Both. Both. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe, I'm watching this clip, I'm thinking maybe if I wait for her to, like, be standing still, and then start my Ghostblade stuff, that's how I do a faster maker. Cool. Thank you, Tyler. I'll go back and grab a Melba later as well. But yeah, Denalia, I always try to have multiple gear farming goals. So that the issue of any one specific thing being so hard to come by isn't an issue for me. So I'll be farming for things for the character I'm on, but also for other builds simultaneously. Like, hitting the melee weapon bunny is fine for me today, despite me not getting much, because there's a lot that I would take. There's a couple things I have taken. Like, I picked up a Primordial non-elemental greatsword, because I want to try out one of those on my Dreadwind build. But I'm also going for Snake Sticks for this build. I'm going for Snake Sticks for my Garlic Breath build. Going for any good salt and batteries I can get my hands on. Any 1.9 speed pickaxes, or 1.94 speed twin souls. Going to help me through the trying times with 30k? Alright, give me a bit faster. I'm kind of playing the video game. It would be really nice if we could put more than 500 in at once. Just think about how crazy this is going to be at future Chaos tiers, chat. Like, if we get Chaos 50, how much time is it going to take to spend all of these crystals? Like, I can't hold 40 frames looking at this loot pile. If I walk while looking at this loot pile, I drop to 40 frames. Oh, more people getting points in. How we doing on that, by the way? I imagine we exceeded today's goal, huh? 7k to go. Oh, Roddy giving the update. $5k more to 1,000,000. Oof. We're so close. Anyone got channel points they haven't put in? Now's your time. Hey, Hessie. You have any recommendations, tips on making a Mist Dancer centered around Jacob's Ricochets? Have one that does okay at KS35, takes about 11-12 minutes on this current featured. Currently set a plate mail master as my primary, using Sword Explosion for bossing as alternative, probably Jacob's 5th theme. That's kind of something I run on my Mist Dancer pretty often. That's how the build started out. I wanted to use Black Powder Ricochets with Play the Angles and From the Shadows, and I just kind of built it from there. Times 21 or 25 Kettle Drum shotguns are fantastic. High projectile count Boilermakers are fantastic as well. I believe they go up to times either 19 or 17. My memory's failing me right now. Kettle Drums and Boilermakers are great. Pookie's Chew Toy is fantastic. You can do a Carouser as well for a single target option if you want that. But basically the same Mist Dancer setup I use for other gun stuff, which is to cap Spore Warden Tree, and then go down to 2 in Contagion, 1 in Elusive, and Stabomancer. That's my my approach. Currently hunting for a good shoddy. I'll pick up Pookies and a Carouser. It's tips for bossing, need to use Sword Explosion. You can use a Carouser on any flesh bosses, and it'll work out just fine. For other health bar types, it's a little tougher because matching elements within the Black Powder manufacturer is pretty hard. Even with elemental options such as the Crossblade, you're still like... Oh, we broke a mill! We broke a mill! Oh no! You guys are crazy! You guys are absolutely insane. 25% in 6 days. You broke 25% in 6 days. Would Navigator be a good shotty for Ricochet? I haven't tried... Negotiator. Negotiator. I haven't tried the Negotiator out yet. I haven't tried it out. I got a volatile one with Spore Fuse out of a vendor that I threw in my bank. Hey Vocal, how you doing? Seven out of 10? I'm still at a 6, I think. Alright, let's see. Alright, we got a little ghost story here for this pasta. I need you guys to help me spam this one. Damn, this looks like the same game, a Prime Pleb writes. The rest of the chat grows silent. This prophetic chatter had shown them what they turned a blind eye to. Every watcher had been completely stunned by this incredibly wise chatter. It really did look like the same game. Ooh. I don't know why that one makes me so happy. There we go. There we go. Yeah, that's what I'm here for. I got this out of a vendor, so I gotta try that out. I want to do another maker attempt. I'll do non-elites just to get there faster. It won't affect the actual outcome of the fight. Prediction. Yeah, we're on the same one again. Thank you for the reminder. Alright, let's be a little more realistic with the goal. Let's do Maker in under 60 seconds. Can we shave off 23 seconds of time? And we'll step it up progressively. As long as I don't completely mishandle my Ghostblade and Bunny, I think we'll be okay. Maybe we'll see a critical fail. Maybe. Yeah, if she rolls a 1 somewhere, that'll help me a lot, actually. I'm gonna grab this ammo thing here so I can chuck more strikes. When you run Contagion on that Ricochet Misdancer, you still run the 100% plus status. The damage doesn't run it before Spear Gun damage. Yeah, because you have 20 from Potent Poisons, and then you have up to 60% from, if you have all collectibles, max Wisdom, with the penalty from Village Idiot, 60%. So that covers 80% there. That means just one passive on Amulet is enough to get you in the, the Contagion sweet spot. And most of my Amulets happen to have that passive. There's some very strict farming that I still get shivers when I think about. Farming specific passives in this game is a pain. It takes so long. But yeah. So through either an Amulet passive or a Caustic Hilt, you have enough. That you can still just go for the Contagion stuff. Oh, I'm down. Okay. That's cool. Elixir trees by any chance? I might still have it open at a tab. Hang on. One second. There you go. Absolute smash today, almost 200k for the challenge, 5%. Proud of you guys. The team did great. The team did great. These deaths after clear don't count? Yeah, Peter. Thank you, I really appreciate your time and help. My pleasure. Build running today? I'm running my Ghostblade setup right now. Rodolio? We're doing Maker runs. There's a prediction up right now, which you still have time to get in on, if we're going to kill the Maker in under 60 seconds. Now, we did that once today. The second time was a minute and a half, because I messed up poorly heading into the fight. Messed up badly, rather. But this build is capable of killing the Maker in under a minute. So, I'm trying to execute that well. Push some good times with it. Oh, wow, I didn't even need to hit that quartz over there. I killed a lot, I guess. Servo's 2 quartz? Yes. It has one up there, and then one over there. Two quartz and 3 skulls. A lot of crystals in this room. More points rolling in? Wow. You guys are crazy. So many of you. Yeah, you're gonna give Roddy some extra stress here. Best thing about me is there's so many of me. Tell you about the facial hair I grew without telling anyone. It's my secret stash. Well done, Ken. Well done. Shitpost of the day is a good one. Well selected. Speaking of stash, when I went to the bathroom earlier in the stream today, I looked at myself in the mirror. Why is my facial hair so many different colors? Like, you can't see it well on cam, but I got a bunch of blonde in there, I got a bunch of red. Like, that's always been there, like, around the edges. But now, I just have a bunch of white in there, too. Fucking age. Technicolor-ass facial hair. Blonde, red, and brown, so random? Yeah. It's called getting old. Red panda face hair. True. White is earned. Just, like... I don't want it. I don't know what any of that means, Swin, but I'm proud of you. Was that the correct response? Guys, facial hair? Yes, specifically so that I look my age. I'm 27 years old, and I look like I'm 19 if I like, shave my face. So, yes. That is why I keep facial hair. Hey Ferric, how you doing? Good to see ya. Change community goal to shave Quack's face. I have not seen my chin since January 2019, and I don't intend to ever see it again. Maybe it's even worse, I look 18 with beard, 16 without, and I'm 23. Oh no. Basically someone's nice enough to do a full hell rush for nothing, other dude hopped in just to kill final boss and wanted a full rush payment, weirdo. Ah, okay, I know what you're talking about now. Yeah. Hi, Kevin. Good contribution, Kevin. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I agree. I am and look 30. Imagine looking your own age. Can't relate. Yes, Kevin. Good point. What's up? What's happening? Hey, David. How are you? Dude, Kevin's shook from all the channel points today. True. People think I'm younger because I act like a dumbass. Relatable. I think guiding the orbs easier by jumping onto the arch of the bridge. I kind of developed a muscle memory for doing it that convoluted way, Pollination, so I don't think I could change it at this point. I think it's just stuck. Okay. 60-second maker? Yeah, we pulled a 60-second-ish one earlier, and then a minute 22 one. Going for faster. 58 and I look younger than Quag? I believe it. I believe it. You got those good genes, Beesneys. Got a backpack full of great bows? Nah, we got Ghostblade. It's the only thing we need. Meanwhile, my wife gets carded for whipped cream at the grocery store. 39, someone thought I was 50, because 20 years of overwork does that. It does age you. Definitely does. Make sure you are working to live rather than living to work, where you can. Nah, I'll stick with that, actually. Don't overcomplicate. Do the thing. I'm trying not to waste more ammo or Ghostblade activation. I should have just fucking used the Ghostblade. Okay. Come on, Bard, do the thing. Yeah. Yeah, me. Alright, self-control this time. Self-control. I have no self-control. Why am I like this? I fucking did it again. I did it again. Unbelievable. Is this sigil red? What do you mean? Just looks that way in certain lighting. Did I make it in time? Hey Felicia, how you doing? Where are you going? The bad way. Cool. Fucking cool, bunny. Cool. Sometimes I hate this boss. He's a dick. Whatever. That's fine. It's fine. We almost got it. Oh, let me switch back to the lightning one so I'm ready. Okay, this is the problem we had in the last run. I need to end this fight with my Ghost Blade available and pistol ammo. That's what I need. Don't use the Ghost Blade. I should just Snake Stick. You're absolutely right, Roddy. I should. Am I gonna do that? No. That was risky, but that paid off. Now I just finished with Snake Stick. Okay, that worked out beautifully. "31 seconds. I fucked up a little bit. But 31 seconds. Sub 30, totally possible. Totally possible. I fucked up, and also we lost 2 seconds to that stutter at the end. Unfortunate stutter timing, yeah. But, still. 'Tis possible. Some crazy Contagion. It wasn't actually Contagion doing that, Stump. That's the thing. That wasn't Contagion. That was just Ghost Blade, Alchemical Agent, and Snake Stick. No Contagion. So is Ghostblade some of the Hydras? No, I have to do that. But luckily the Maker is like in melee range, so I can just keep hitting her, which is what I was doing. Now ways I can speed that up. If this Snake Stick had Caustic or Warrior instead, easy damage upgrade. This ring could be better. This ring could be better. Yeah, those are the obvious ones. I suppose this being primordial and this being higher than chaotic would mean more Sabo power for Ghostblade base damage. But yeah, 31-second Maker kill. No Buffmeister, no Spell Shot, no Paradigm, no tomfoolery. Just good old Ghostblade and Snake Sticks. No Fluff Shiesty. Assault battery ability using Grave and Stab, more Hymns and Shadow Step actually works. Versus from just copying your strats. Well, that was Dex's idea, right? Dex posted something about that in the Discord. That does sound fun. That does sound like a good time. Morhem's Blessing, Assault Battery. I'll have to try that. And work my gods at hot out. Yeah, stay hydrated, Irish, if you can. So looking at kill skills, yeah, it's a smart combo, Kirk. Because you should be able to cast spells pretty frequently. So spell swing. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. It sounds like a fun gameplay loop. And the Dagger Storm would trigger a lot of Alchemical Agent. Also, instant exploit their weakness. Yeah, that'd be good. What are you running for armor? A Gatorade and 2 water bottles. Weather says 90, feels like 98. Is the air pretty still? That would do it. No breeze will make it feel infinitely worse. Head of the Snake, not sure what else to use. Yeah, I'm trying to think about that as well. Because more exploit their weakness sounds like it'd be pretty good. Wind would also bad air quality. Officially sucks to touch grass right now. I'm sorry, dude. Cats do that, they can only hold out so long before they start throwing paws. Yeah, they'll start soon, but I'm glad they get along. Each other's gotta be the most wholesome thing ever happened on this channel. Yeah. Like, I got them on the same day, and Jake was 6 weeks old at the time. Kevin's older, but like, Kevin always kind of looked after him a little bit, so they're very close. Two rescues, one's about 7 years old and the other, so we had to teach him how to cat. Yeah, Jake was a kitten, and Kevin was borderline feral from some shitty conditions. People who had him before he ended up at the shelter put him through. But he's doing very well now. He's obviously very social. Didn't used to be. It's 95 where I am and might reach 110. Stay safe. Boss walked over, so I didn't get to see the end of the Maker fight, but I see him 7k, 8 points richer. Well done. Yeah, we got a 31-second kill, Roddy. We got a game stutter at the 29-second mark, so that could have been sub 30, but it's okay. It's okay. Sub 30 is possible. Better play from me and some gear upgrades, sub 30 totally possible. Yeah, the power of Ghostblade, chat. The power of Ghostblade. So, in terms of what we knocked out today, we made a little bit of cow content. We made tons of progress towards the channel point goal. We broke 1,000,000 points. You guys are absolutely crazy. You keep this up, and yeah, we'll be done with this challenge, and I'll have to set up that 24-hour stream. We got a cool Dire Sacrifice Contagion one-shot on Imelda. That was neat. I gotta go back and clip that. Is there PV so far on Maker? Yeah. Maker PB. Got some bossing strats down for raid bosses on Ghostblade. I feel good about that. And just overall had a good time. Cow content. So, that's gonna be it for stream today. Let's find somewhere for you guys to go. And I hope you enjoyed the content. Tomorrow, we will probably, try to push some times on other things. I've never tried to Dreadwind the Maker. And, like, if she's in melee range, she might be in Dreadwind range. So, I might mess around with that. Try to get some Dreadwind Maker speed kills. I don't know how the fuck we're gonna do, like, Bark and stuff. Quickly with Dreadwind. But we'll try. So let's find somewhere to go. I was working most of the day, so I can see your stream. Have a good one. It was good to have you while you could make it in. Let's see. Xbox showcase is on right now. Interesting. Not too many people on right now. Let's just go to lazy. It's the easy option. It's the easy option. We're gonna do yeah, sure. Let's just do some Quag chat spam. It's expected at this point. We need to pad that usage. Oh, let me check the Quag chat analytics, give you guys an update. So we're only at 3,350 usages of Quag chat within the channel since it's been added. Only 3,350. So we need more. And we need more outside the channel too. We haven't even broken 1,000 outside the channel. So get those Quag chads in. We're gonna say hi to Lazy. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I will catch you tomorrow. Same time, same place. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye.
There is not a drop of magic remaining.
Damage really